Yes, this morning at 10 a.m., we have our first witness from the army. No, I cannot give his name. When he comes, he'll give his own name. The commander, please, if you could come forward. Please, you can have this. You would be sworn in first.
This is I, Brigadier General Joseph Afo, swear with this holy cross that the evidence I shall give shall be the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God.
You are welcome, Commander.
Thank you, sir.
The council will take you through your evidence. After that, if we have any question for you, we will ask you so that you explain certain things. Okay, thank you.
Commander, please, can you give your full name again to the court, to the committee, sorry.
Am I permitted to remove this? My name is Brigadier General Joseph Afo, the General Officer Commanding Central Command, Kumasi. Okay. Brigadier General Joseph Afo, the GOC Central Command, Kumasi. GOC stands for General Officer Commanding Central Command. Okay. Thank you.
Officer, please. Please, if you could spell the name for us, please, so that we do not get it wrong. The spelling of Afo.
The spell. I spelled the Afo, Alpha, Papa, Hotel, Oscar, Uniform, Romeo.
APH.
Oh, APH.
APH.
APHOUR.
Thank you, officer.
APHOUR.
Please, can you? Please, Commander, when you say the general officer commanding the Central Command, can you give us what your jurisdiction is? How many regions or how many districts or whatever, please?
The Ghana Army is made up of three commands. You have the Southern Command, which is located in Accra, and the headquarters at Teshi. You have the Central Command. The Central Command.
Can we have the first one? No, after the first one, they are recording. Sorry.
Okay. The Central Command, which is based in Kumasi here, and it's made up of 3 units. The units are 4 Battalion of Infantry in Udara Barracks, 3 Battalion in Liberation Barracks, then 154 Armored Regiment also at Liberation Barracks, both in Suyani. So there are 3 units under our command, and it covers the Ashanti region, the Bono region, the Bono East region, and then I have 4 regions. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Commander. Please, can we find out whether, as the GOC commanding the Central Command, you are a member of the Regional Security Council?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Commander, you have been invited before the committee this morning to tell us if you know of the events that occurred, the incidents, the disturbances that occurred at Ejura Township, which is under your command in the Ashanti region, on the 29th of June 2021. If you could tell the committee whatever you know about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Involving your command.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I should take my time. Okay. I think it was on the Sunday that I watched the news of what happened in Ejura, and apparently my battalion, which is based in Kumasi over here, that's the 4th Battalion of Infantry, they cover those areas. That's Ejura. Okay.
Please, you can go on.
Can carry on.
Thank you.
Now, in Kumasi, for the security and safety of Kumasi, the command has devised through my battalion, 4th Battalion, has divided Kumasi into about 7 sectors, and that the sectors being controlled by the military police, what we call Operation Calm Life. So we patrol, or the military police patrol teams patrol the whole of Kumasi. Ever since I took over command in 2019, we particularly patrol in the nights to curb criminality, and then so that Kumasi will be safe. So one of the sectors is Mamponting and Tafu. So we have a military and police team that also moves there, like in any other sector, the 7 sectors. So my battalion commander called me the day of the incident. That was what was happening in Ejura, the incident that we all know was happening in Ejura. Then
Commander.
I had a call from the chairman of RECSEC that the situation was getting out of control. And that there was a need for us as Operation Calm Life, already we were operating with the police, to move inside and do something. If not, things will get out of control seriously.
Commander, please, can I ask you, if you could tell the committee what exactly were the disturbances that your unit commanders told you about? What exactly did they say was happening?
What we heard was that there's a gentleman who was killed. The details I didn't actually, that was killed, and then I think when that was the Sunday, a gentleman who was killed, and that there was serious riot. Civilians and everybody was creating a problem, and then they were giving the police in particular problems. The police in particular problems. So it appears the police command over there had to call their command over here in Kumasi, and then they also relayed that to the chairman of RECSEC, I believe. So that's where the RECSEC chairman then called me and said, we should have to intervene immediately, if not, things will go out of control.
And for clarity, please, can you inform the committee who is actually the chairman of RESEC?
That is the regional minister of Ashanti region. He is the chairman of RESEC.
Please, you can continue.
No. So when it happened that way, I called my battalion commander, who is here with me, to immediately use Operation Calm Life. And because Mamponting and the Tafo is on the Mampon Road and closer to Ejura, I said he should use, it was better he uses those people very close by to go to Ejura to help the police. I think they went there, and what they saw was bad. They were able to control the situation, and that particular team stayed there up till after 1 midnight. Then they came back.
Please, can you tell the committee to be specific? What day did they stay till 1 p.m.?
That was on the Sunday night, in the evening night. They stayed up till I think they came back the following morning. I think Monday dawn or something. Came back to Kumasi. Monday, yeah, Monday.
Okay. So they stayed.
At least my battalion commander here, he will have the dates because I gave him instructions. So if there is a need, he will give me particularly the timings and the dates. Okay.
So it was a Monday.
Yes.
They stayed from Sunday till Monday, 1 a.m.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
And they came back, yeah. Then the Monday, we were back in doing the normal patrols. Of course, not knowing that what happened in Ejura was something very bad. We intensified our patrols within Kumasi that Monday. Only down to hear that Monday they were about to bury the gentleman that had died, and that the route and then the way the civilians had massed up going to the cemetery, and particularly even we heard that they were traced at the police station. So quickly, the chairman of RECSET said there was the need for us to intervene, because if we didn't intervene, things would go out of hand. So we had to go back to get the same Operation Calm Life team. We were about 10. The military were here about 10. We joined up with the Ejura police when we got there.
Please, you can go on.
Now, so back in Ejura, the crowd was very, very bad going to within the general area of the cemetery. Then we all watch it on television, what we saw. Then at that stage, with the police, if you saw it, there was a police vehicle, police riot vehicle that we were with. So the police, from the cemetery, the crowd was so huge. I don't know which part of the cemetery is, but we saw the crowd moving, charging on the military police team. So at that stage, we had to apply our rules of engagement. As we are taught, the normal thing is crowd dispersal. We started giving warnings, verbal warnings, that is done in the military. They couldn't heed to that. We fired warning shots. I think at the time that we fired the warning shot, we realized that some people were then firing within the crowd. Had fired one or two, okay. So at that stage, it was becoming too bad for us to see civilians firing from the crowd. I think the commander at that stage then had to use minimum force by trying to fire to maim those people who were involved. So if you realize that they fired and then we didn't have instant deaths within the crowd. I think they were evacuated to the hospital, and then I think we heard that two died. But at the instance of our father, I think the crowd actually withdrew and everything came under our control.
Commander, please, may I find out, were you personally present at Ejura on that day?
Not at all. I wasn't there in Ejura. I was sitting in Kumasi and monitoring everything, and my battalion commander was briefing me. And then we had, in the military, we do what we call, we send INCREPs, incident reports. So at every stage, we send incident reports to my headquarters in Accra. And it was based on what the field commander told the battalion commander. He told me that that's based on that I'm reporting.
So can you produce a copy of the incident report if you are required to do so by the committee?
Yes. After this, we can easily give you, but I will clear that with my higher command as to whether it is the right thing to do to give military documents out, but I'll clear that, and if it's possible, we'll hand over the INCREPs to you. But I still want to add that but no, for what we did that day, we believe and strongly believe that there would have been more deaths if we actually wanted to use proper force or fire indiscriminately. More would have died. But we saw that only we tried to maim the people. We used the minimum force not to create more problems. So, but with that minimum force, the effect was there. The crowd dispersed, and we were able to control the situation.
So, for clarity, you had 10 officers at Ejura on that day. Is that not so?
Yes.
And they had how many vehicles did they take along?
So
vehicles. How many vehicles?
Vehicles.
Yes, please.
I'll get those details from my battalion commander later. I can't give you now the number of vehicles that we had there.
Okay, so would you agree that obviously that battalion commander must also be invited to this committee?
Maybe, basically, is what, maybe he might also only give you the nitty-gritties. Yes. But basically what he will come to tell you is what he reported to me. Maybe the nitty-gritties, but if you think that there is a need, but I think basically what I'm telling you is what he reported to me, and I've reported that to my headquarters. So for me, if you still insist, no problem, but I think what I'm the commander, so it serves what I'm giving you is exactly what happened.
Okay. So do you have any further comments on the issue to tell the committee?
Now, the only point I want to add is that, but not for what we did together with the police. And I'm telling you because it was already a joint military police patrol that we've been doing. But not for what we did in Ejura. I can bet you there will be more casualties, more deaths to civilians and security alike if the chairman of RECSEC didn't give good judgment. And I believe the judgment he gave by inviting us to intervene was the right one. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the committee members would ask you questions. Thank you.
We thank you, GOC.
Thank you, sir.
Members who would like to ask some few questions.
Yes, sir.
DOC, thank you very much for your testimony. I'd like to ask you, when your battalion gets on the ground, do you have constant contact with them, even in the situation we saw in Ejura?
Certainly, we have. What in the military happens is that when we deploy immediately, we send an immediate incident report. And then once the incident report, in fact, the field commander sends the report to the battalion commander, he sends it to my headquarters. So we monitor everything, but of course the details, the nitty-gritty sometimes, I may not get it, but the field commander on the ground will be able to get the nitty-gritty, but we get reports, immediate reports, whatever ever happens, yeah.
And the field commander usually has the last say, or they have to come back to someone like you, for example, to give them what to do to graduate or escalate their intervention?
I didn't get that. If you can repeat it.
I was asking if the field commander would usually, after they've given you an incident report, wait on you to give them what to do in the next instance, or they are allowed to take their own decisions on the field?
On the ground, they take decisions depending on the situation. They don't have to wait for us to give instructions as what to do. But they are trained officers, they know the procedure, the rules of engagement. So on the ground, the field officer takes the decision he thinks is appropriate. If he has any problem, he calls back to his battalion commander. But this is a matter of, it's fast, it's done very, very fast. It doesn't take too much time.
I suppose my last question is, you've said that this particular operation was done in conjunction with the police. On the field, who takes the lead in terms of whose command goes in terms of crowd control, for instance?
Yeah. When it gets to where the military is invited, the military takes control. When it gets to where, at the stage that the military is invited on ground, the military takes control. That's what happens.
Thank you, Commander. Let me ask you, when you ordered them to proceed to Ejura, what operational gadgets did you ask them to carry along? When you asked them to proceed to Ejura, upon the instructions of the Regional Security Council chairman, what operational gadgets did you ask them to carry along?
Oh, there is SOP in the military, even with the patrols that they've been doing, it's an SOP. Our established equipment is SOP. Once you are moving to an area, you don't have to call the officer, take this, and he himself knows the equipment and then whatever he's supposed to go with. That one we can get back and then we get the details of, but it's an SOP with every officer. That particular operations you go with along with certain equipment.
If I may ask, did they carry along tear gas to disperse the crowd or demonstrators?
The military, we don't have tear gas. Maybe the police, but we didn't carry tear gas. The military, we don't. Within our equipment, I don't think we have tear gas. That I'm aware of. So they didn't. I believe they didn't go with tear gas.
You see, it's a joint operation.
Yes.
The police and the military, and you have told the committee, when it is a joint operation, it is the military that takes the lead. Yes. So we are assuming that whatever equipment, gadgets that they are taking to the scene, the military will be aware. So my question is, did the team, including the police, did they carry along tear gas?
Not to my knowledge, but once we take over at that stage, we have a procedure that we follow. Crowd dispersal procedure, which you can relate it to rules of engagement. And
meeting, then we wouldn't have had all these problems, because you know at that level, crisis management. The rest, an emergency meeting to map out the strategies for controlling the crowd. Do you think in this country we need to rely on one man because he's the chairman giving orders that way?
But in this circumstance, Prof, I think at the time we've been having emergency meetings on issues like this very often in Kumasi over here. But in this particular instance, the chairman of RECSEC was not in town and when it was happening. So I believe if he had not taken any action, eventually it would have been worse. So he was in Accra, I'm told. Later he called me to tell me that he was in Accra attending a meeting. So I think it wasn't possible for him to have come down to call a meeting, an emergency meeting, even though we have the police commander who will always, in his absence, he takes over. But I think at the time, he wasn't around. But if he had been on ground, I believe he would have called an immediate emergency meeting.
Supposing he was not in Ghana, he didn't even hear, would the RECSEC not still have functioned? Would you still not have functioned?
Oh, in that case, he would have delegated. Once he's out of town, he will know that he's out of town maybe for a period of time. Then he will then send a message that I'm out of town, other police commander, in case of anything, you take charge as chairman of RECSEC. That is different. But he was just in Accra, and it was it was a matter of going to camp. That was the issue. And the time issue was there. I mean, what was revolving in Ejura, for him to come down to Kumasi and take the Shishibe, by that time we would have been here trying to explain ourselves what happened.
General, in such situations, when the police are overwhelmed, the general practice everywhere is the military comes in and takes over completely.
Yes.
But the military does not just go in and say, police, stay, and then you take over. You know it already.
Yes.
What went on between the police and the military? You know, there should have been some kind of briefing,
Yes.
handing over,
Yes.
and the strategies, the role that who and who will play. My Lord asked you whether there was ambulance, because it is what we normally call interagency cooperation,
Yes.
to douse the fire.
Yes.
Was there any kind of thing like that, or the military just went in, we know how to do it, but there should have been some interagency cooperation?
Sir, my Lord, maybe that's the procedure, and we know when we are to take over as we are invited, there's a whole lot of official procedure that takes place. But with the exigency, sometimes you carry out the action, and these procedures are later worked out. Because you cannot wait to carry out procedures. By the time you get there, you must as well not even go there. But the cooperation between we and the police has been there. Like I've just said earlier, we do Operation Come Life duties every day. In fact, since 2019, we do it every time. We have a joint task force where we meet, we brief each other every day before. So even before they went there, I believe they knew what they were supposed to do, my Lord.
General, you were getting sit reps. You were getting sit reps. Was there any point that, as a GOC, you felt some other methodology, some other strategy should have been applied from the sit reps?
So the e-creps that we got, I don't know, but that was the best action that we could take at the time. Maybe that was the best action we saw was necessary at the time. And maybe it could have been different, maybe at another circumstance, but at that particular time, that was the best that we could do at the time.
General, you are very experienced in these areas, I know.
Yeah, yes, sir.
I know you personally.
Yes.
This is not the first time we're having such a situation where the military will have to come in and take over. In your experience, would you say that such external situations and the procedures we adopt, like this current one, should be continued? Should this be the only optimal way of crowd control, conflict resolution, mob resolution and things like that? Is it Is it, how long can we go on this way? The military comes in, somebody is dead. The military comes in, somebody is dead. In your opinion, is that the only way we can go? Why aren't we diversified?
My personal opinion is that, of course, what you are saying, I subscribe to that. But maybe the other services, I cannot talk for the other services, but with the military, the procedures that we have, and we've been practicing ever since, we haven't had problems. But I cannot talk for the other services. With the police, maybe, but I believe even the police now, things are changing, or things have changed. And maybe it could have been better, my Lord.
General, I won't agree with you that you don't have problems, that you have been practicing. You always have a problem. You still have a problem. You are sitting before us. So there is a problem.
Yes.
And you know that if we are following the procedures that you and I know, we
Yes,
teach, we talk about, then we could have done something about crowd control, about hooliganism. About, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, okay.
If you agree with me,
So, but, my Lord, but it's also, I think something basically has to be done with even the citizenry. What I saw on the video that we saw there was terribly unacceptable in a way, that you could see kids as young as 10, 8, I could see, chasing a military or a security vehicle that was even pumping water into them. And they were speaking, I understand Hausa, and I heard some of the words. Segu, Kusunagudu, they are running away. It is bad. So maybe the mindset of the whole scenery is something that we should also consider, please.
General, 2 wrongs do not make a right.
Yes, yes, sir.
They did all that.
Yes, sir.
1 man dead is worse than all that they did.
Yes, sir.
And my contention is that maybe our standard operation procedures need to change.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, General, you said the chairman of RECSEC was out of the town in Accra, and he called. For that matter, RECSEC, without him, couldn't meet. In this digital age of ours, we all know a call, a video call, or Zoom meetings can be held. Would you agree with me that without him, the other members of RECSEC could have had an emergency meeting either by Zoom or any other technology?
My Lord, that could have been possible, but I don't think they have. He has a deputy regional minister yet. And it will amend that to fall onto the police, because in the absence of the 2 political leaders, I think the one who takes over as RECSEC chairman is the police. And I'm not trying to say that, but for what happened and at that particular moment, I think maybe who will organize that Zoom? Is it the police commander who will call me, or the immigration officer? I don't know, but it would have been a little bit difficult. And we believe that once he was in Accra, and the issue had happened, and then when he came, he called an emergency meeting. Immediately he came back, he called an emergency meeting, and we discussed this.
Very well. Let me ask again, what was the specific message that the chairman gave to you, which prompted you to order the battalion to move to Ejura? What was the specific message that came to you from the chairman?
My Lord, it wasn't actually a battalion that we sent there. Like I said earlier, we already operate with the police as Operation Calm Life in Kumasi every day, and we have sectors. So one of the sectors, we have the police military patrols. So he called and said, did you watch the issue that is happening in Ejura? I've got information that it's getting out of control, and I believe that the Ejura police, if we don't take care, they will be overrun, or something serious will happen. Can't we move there quickly? I said, no, it was better rather we move there with a few soldiers at that time. Even with, so I moved, the battalion commander moved there with military and police to join up with the Ejura police. So that's why he said.
Has it come to your knowledge either during or after the incident, that the district commander of Ejura sent any message to his superiors, either the divisional commander or the regional commander, regarding the situation they found themselves in at the time? Has it come to your knowledge that the district commander?
I haven't heard that.
So upon what basis do we assume that the police at Ejura were overwhelmed?
It is based on what the chairman of RECSEC told me. And I believe once he told me, he couldn't have been lying. It means he got proper intelligence that this was what was happening. And I based everything, my decision, based on the chairman of RECSEC to salvage the situation. And I think it was a better option in my view.
Would you agree with me, General, that if the police Ejura were overwhelmed, the best option was for the district commander to have informed his superior officers for reinforcements in the circumstance?
I believe he would have done that. I believe he did that.
He did that? To your knowledge?
I have no knowledge as to whether he did it or not, but I suppose he would have done that.
Yes, having a hindsight.
He did. Okay, from my battalion commander, he did.
Don't worry, we will call him.
Oh. Okay.
Yes. Having a hindsight to the incident that happened, do you have any suggestions for the committee so that we can consider if we have to make recommendations about the procedures in relation to mob rioting and crowd control? Do you have any suggestions for us?
My Lord, my suggestion will be that I think the committee should accept that it is really very, very necessary when the military is called to support the military in such situations. If not, we can see ourselves in a very serious crisis one day, which will rather even be bad. So I believe that the committee should add in their report that in such situations, the military should support.
Well, if I understand you perfectly, you are saying that before the military will be called to intervene in any sort of situation like this, it should be a situation that requires the military, but not in every given situation.
Yeah, exactly, sir.
Thank you.
Yes.
Brigadier General, my question is just to clarify. The 10 people, or 10 of your men, officers that arrived in Ejura, are you aware of them arriving in batches, or all 10 of them arrived at the same time?
They arrived at the same time.
And was it one vehicle, or how many vehicles? All 10 of them arrived
one vehicle.
In one vehicle.
One vehicle.
Well, thank you very much. I suppose my last question is, as the DOC and as a member of the RECSEC, do you ordinarily give advice, security advice, as to what steps can be taken in different security situations?
Absolutely.
This is the norm. And so in this particular instance, were you, asked, because I understand that you were told to move your men there, but were you asked for your advice in terms of how to disperse the crowd or bring the situation under control?
Oh, but the advice is the procedures that I will take as a military man.
Okay.
As I had laid it to my battalion commander. These are normal procedures that everybody in the military will know.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yes, General, we thank you very much. We would like to find out from you if you have the ground officer, the officer who led the team to Ejura here, if he can assist us with certain information.
He's not immediately here.
Here?
He's not immediately in the hall.
He's not here?
Yes.
Yes,
but
can
I have the battalion commander, the one who...
We want the officer who went to the ground with the troops.
That means you may have to...
Yeah, maybe tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we will appreciate it if you can ask him to come tomorrow 10 o'clock for him to assist us in our investigation. We are very grateful to you, and we thank you for spending time with us. At least you've enlightened us to the effect that anytime that we are inviting the military to come in, we should expect live bullets. Yes, I think maybe the military will also put in an application for, is it plastic bullets or what do they call it? Yes, so that it shouldn't be live bullets, because we are talking about human lives here.
Yes, sir.
You may aim at the legs, but it will end up in a different thing as we have on our hands now. So when you are making requisition, please don't be applying for live bullets. Plastic bullets may do.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, my lord. I also want to extend the same to my professor who taught me conflict management at Lesia. Thank you, sir.
General, before you go, you said that you have the battalion officer here. Do you have anything to tell us so that, because I saw him making gestures to you for you to provide answers. So if you can take your seat so that we can ask you one or two things. Yes, give us whatever you know about the situation. Then tomorrow morning we can get the officer who led the team. Yes. Thank you very much.
Bible cross or Quran? Bible. I, Lieutenant Colonel Kwesi Buari Pepra,
do swear the Almighty God
do swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give to this committee
that the evidence I shall give to this committee
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
nothing but the truth.
Nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, officer. Commander, ordinarily by court procedure, if we're going by it, we may not have been able to call you because you are a witness who was also in court already. But this is not a court, it's a committee of inquiry. So it's possible to call you in even though you were sitting inside the room. So just for clarity's sake, we are grateful that you are here to give us some information. Please, can you give your full name again to the committee?
I am Lieutenant Colonel Kwesi Buari Pepra.
Kwesi why?
Buari.
Thank you. Please, can you tell the committee?
Hold on. Sir, you can take off your hat. Yes. Yeah, it is only in court martial that you will not be allowed to take off your hat.
Please, can you tell us what unit or command that you control?
Can you please say it again?
Please, can you tell the committee what unit or command that you control, your area of jurisdiction?
I am the commanding officer for Infantry Battalion.
and we are responsible for military operations in Ashanti region.
Yes. Since Ejura is a town in the Ashanti region, it's definitely under your command, as long as the army is concerned.
Yes, please.
Please, can you tell the committee whatever information you had on the incidents that occurred on the 29th June, 28th, 29th of June, 2021 at Ejura?
On the 28th, which was a Monday, I had information that there was an uneasy calm and tension mounting at Ejura. I confirmed with the regional or the deputy regional police commander. Then my GOC called and asked whether I was monitoring the situation at Ejura. I responded in the positive, and later on he called that he also has information that it is getting bad.
Please, when you say he called, are you still referring to the GOC?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, as part of Operation Calm Life routine duties, he suggested that we dispatch the Calm Life patrol that is closer to go and assist the police to maintain calm and order. I spoke to the platoon commander who happens to be in charge of Operation Calm Life to proceed to Ejura police station, and then forwarded Ejura police commander's number to him to be communicating with him, so that in the process, if the situation gets calm and they are not there yet, they will return. This is because Operation Calm Life is a 24-hour patrol, and they respond to intelligence, distress calls, and information based on what is happening, or incident, robbery, anything at all that they have information. Depending on the vicinity, the patrol responsible has to respond or assist to maintain law and order. So they went, teamed up with Ejura police, patrolled Ejura, managed to disperse some of the youth that were trying to mass up, and maintained the peace and calm until 0100 hours, which is Tuesday morning, 29th. They withdrew to base. The following day was 29th, and at about 08:25, the GOC called again or communicated that the situation he's hearing is bad. I confirmed with the regional police commander, the deputy regional police commander, and he said they had asked Mampong police to reinforce them. Later, they said if we don't assist, things will get out of hand because the youth had driven the police away at the cemetery and that there was no policeman in Ejura town. They were so hostile to the police that they needed military assistance. Then again, I called the patrol responsible for Mampontin to go and assist. When they got to the police station, they were briefed by the Ejura police commander, and then they decided to move to where the protesters were approaching from. According to the commander on the ground, they fired a couple of warning shots, and in the process, they were fired at from weapons suspected to be pump action and locally manufactured weapons. And therefore, they had to return fire to maim. Unfortunately, we lost 2 of the protesters in the process. They continued with patrols for just a short period and then withdrew to the police station. That will be all for now, sir.
Please, for clarity, did you say that it was the deputy regional commander you were communicating with who told you that if the army doesn't help, it was getting out of hand?
He called to find out whether I was monitoring. I said yes. Then he said the situation has gotten bad and that they are gradually losing control of the place. So I discussed with the GOC who gave us the go-ahead to use Calm Life to assist them.
And the Calm Life team was the Mampontin Calm
Yes.
Life group?
Ashanti region, no, Greater Kumasi has been sectorized into 7 with a patrol team of Calm Life patrol team responsible for these sectors. So as and when we have distress calls or we have any information, intel, we look at the location and call the patrol that is responsible for that sector to respond.
Thank you. Did you personally speak to the Ejura, any of the Ejura commanders, either district or division? I'm talking about the police.
No.
Thank you. Please, the members of the committee will ask you further. So thank you.
Yes, Lieutenant Colonel Kwesi Ware Kepra, Commanding Officer of 4th Infantry Battalion. We thank you for coming to help us with this investigation. You said you spoke to the Deputy Police Commander, and the information he gave you suggests that the situation was getting out of hand, for which there was the need for the request to the Operation Calm Life to move to the scene. Did you find out from the Deputy Police Commander whether he has ordered reinforcement. Because the district commander, we have the divisional command, we have the regional command. Did you ascertain from him, the deputy police commander, whether he has ordered that reinforcement police should move to the scene? Since they have, like your commander said, tear gas and other equipment, let me put it that way, to bring such situation down. Did you ascertain from him whether he has sent reinforcement to Ejura? Because military will move in only where the police has exhausted their means of controlling the crowd.
Yes, my lord. I confirmed, and he said he had ordered Mampong police to assist Ejura.
Very well. And moving your Operation Calm Life personnel to Ejura. You said when they went there, they went straight to the district police commander for briefing.
Yes.
Did they report to you that when they went there, they found additional police officers who have been dispatched from Mampong, Ting, or Asante Mampong to Ejura?
They went there on 2 occasions, Monday and Tuesday.
I'm talking about the 29th.
The 29th?
Incident. Yes.
When I didn't ask that question specifically, but when they got there, the patrol team realized that the police had withdrawn to their station. So they decided to mobilize themselves. The police commander briefed the military patrol commander who came with his troops, and then agreed that military takes the lead to help calm the situation.
In your estimation, do you think that the police did their work well? Because we have chain of commands, reinforcement, if it is from the division or another district, if it cannot contain, they go for a bigger reinforcement to the scene. Do you think the police appropriately handle the situation on the ground well?
So it depends on where you want to look at it from. Because when the incident happened, the Calm Life Patrol that patrols around Mampontein general area was closer. So they might have called their reinforcement even from Kumasi, but the patrol closer will get there before the one coming from Kumasi. So it depends on how you want to look at it.
Yes, per the instructions that were coming in from the scene, or the information being relayed to you from your team at Ejura, did it come to your notice that after they went there, any reinforcement team arrived later?
So I'm not aware of that.
Thank you very much. Just to quickly ask, did you ever go on the field yourself? Were you ever on the site yourself during the 28th, 29th, and 30th?
No, please.
No. So you wouldn't be able to tell the committee, for example, where the police station is in relation to where the crowd that had so overpowered them was?
No.
Do you...
I just have a fair idea of the town, but I wasn't there myself.
Is the police station far from where they had told you
It's
the
not
crowd
too far.
was?
It's not too far.
Okay, but then none of the rioting crowd had gone to the police station.
They were heading there.
They were heading there.
So the military team had to even leave 3 personnel with the police at the station. So in case a group of persons passed behind to attack them, they could defend the police station.
Okay. Lieutenant Colonel, do you feel that the police have adequate paraphernalia and apparatus to control crowds? The Ejura police, for example.
It will be difficult for me because I'm not a policeman.
Okay. But from your military training and the things that you know are required for engaging with situations such as we're describing, do you feel as if they probably had enough?
Please, the military is totally different from the police.
That's correct.
Our mode of training, the principles we work with, and the way we do our things is quite different from the police. So it will be difficult for me to assess them per my training and where I'm coming from.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Colonel, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Colonel, I'm getting a little confused about this Operation Calm Life and the military and whatnot. So, most of the things you were describing, I may understand it from a different angle, and the committee, my other colleagues may understand it differently. Operation Calm Life is a 24/7 operation going on already in the region.
Yes, please.
Then something happens and the nearest Calm Life unit is sent to the place. And you were involved in asking them to go, right?
Yes, after my GOC.
Okay. So the Operation Calm Life is also not military alone, is it?
Yes, please.
Military cum police.
Yes.
So at that point, you are commanding 4th Battalion or Calm Life.
With Operation Calm Life, it's a joint operation.
I know.
Now, what happens is that the military commander is the ground and operational commander,
Okay.
whilst the police senior most person, who is also the officer, is at the police headquarters operations room, where the joint operations room is. So, on the ground is the military, back in the operations room is the police.
Perfect.
But we, as the battalion and the regional police, control Operation Calm Life.
Beautiful. That's what I wanted to know.
Yes.
So, whatever happened on the ground, is it the police commander in the operation room? And you know how crowd conflict this thing is. So, is it the police commander in the operation room who is the overall boss, or you?
I am not the overall boss. There is an officer who is in charge of Operation Calm Life. And then the police do have an officer who is in charge of Operation Calm Life. The military commander goes to the field, while the police commander, even though at times goes to the field, he stays in the ops room and directs the patrols as to what is happening where, because the police numbers are out there in the public domain. So people call and then they receive and direct which Calm Life patrol should operate. In the same vein, the military too does the same. If, for example, my GOC has any information, anybody calls to give us information, intelligence, then we call the patrol that is on the field or closer to the area to move into the scene.
Colonel, it's not personal to you. The committee wants these pieces of information to arrive at good conclusions. My question has still not been answered. Because if we don't answer that question, if we don't, not you necessarily answer it, if you don't have an answer to it, you just tell me. Because we need to streamline this inter-agency operation, and if that is not well handled, you can have a situation where the police will turn their guns against you one day, or you turn your guns against them. Because who is in control? I still need an answer.
Who is in control of Calm Life?
Not Calm Life. You've told me how the Calm Life structure is.
Yes.
In the event of Ejura, who is in control? Who was in control?
In the event of that.
In the event that we are now investigating,
Yes.
who was in control? Who succumbs to who?
The Calm Life patrol commander on the field was in control.
Was in control.
Yes.
Beautiful. What was your role then?
What was my own?
Your role?
My role. I am the battalion commander responsible for Ashanti. Now, the initial request was for soldiers.
Yes.
But we couldn't use soldiers when Calm Life was in operation.
Thank you. Don't go further. That's exactly what I wanted. Because it looks as though in our operations to to restore calm in places, this dichotomous situation has not been ironed out. Supposing in your command to the Operation Calm Life unit in Ejura, the police commanding officer sitting in the office also gave a different command because he's in the office. That is why I want in our report to streamline these things, because there's the possibility of further crisis. So like I'm giving you a weird scenario where the commanding officer in the office of the police, and you know, I think you've gone through those programs already, that interoperability of agencies is very important. Other than that, they can turn their guns against each other. That's why I wanted to. Because it looks as though in Ejura's case, the military was giving command to Operation Calm Life, right?
No, really. They were informed of what was happening. So the ground commander then takes charge.
Okay, wonderful. I'm happy with the answer. Do you do joint training of such situations?
Yes.
The trainings that we give you at CAFC, does Operation Calm Life have similar training so that they know what to do at what time?
It didn't used to be the case, but we started. So since my tenure as a commanding officer, we've organized 3 joint trainings for Operation Calm Life. So after training, they are launched into operation for a month. And when they are about 2 weeks into the operation, another batch is trained to relieve them after a month.
Okay. And you think this should be the procedure? That
yes.
Calm Life must always have that joint training.
Yes.
Do you involve other agencies which are indispensable? For example, the health services, or call it the ambulance. Do you involve them? Do you involve the prisons? Do you involve other agencies that will be indispensable in the situations that we have always known?
So as and when their assistance is needed, we call them.
Do you think in the operations that you had in Ejura, there was the need to have called in the ambulance, knowing that there is a possibility of
ambulance?
Ambulance.
Sir, it depends. So you see.
No, this is specific.
Sir,
I'm saying in the case of Ejura.
In the case of Ejura.
Yes.
So you see, the aim was not to kill.
But you did.
No, sir. The aim was not to kill. It was just unfortunate. If the aim was to kill, sir, we would have gotten not less than 100 people dying.
That's true. That's true.
It's just unfortunate.
But, Colonel, you knew that for every such operation, there will be people who are casualties. We're talking about people who are maimed. The crowd, the rioters themselves could have maimed themselves.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, I even suspect the weapon that fired from the protesters might have hit one of them.
That's subject to investigation anyway.
Yes.
Yes.
And yes, because you see, the soldiers started firing into the air. If you are not a professional and there's another rifle firing, you wouldn't know. And that is how come some people are saying that they were not handling weapons. When an M16 rifle fires, I know.
Yes.
When a G3 rifle fires, I know. But the ordinary civilian doesn't know. The media wouldn't know. So all you hear is gunshots into the air, and it started when the soldiers came. So you assume that it's only soldiers who are firing.
And I agree with you perfectly well, but it still doesn't make nonsense of my question that we needed to have prepared for all these.
We needed
that
to have,
for your own sake in future.
Yes, sir.
You are commanding troops armed with live bullets to a place. That alone can spark anger. That alone will let me go to my room and take my pump action. That alone may allow me even to vent my spleen on somebody who had taken my girlfriend before. All these things happen in riots. And I'm saying there was the need to have called an ambulance, not that because you were going to kill, but because anything of such nature could happen. You don't agree with me?
Sir, I think the Ejura administration, as well as maybe the police, should have considered the ambulance issue. Because the Calm Life operations are not structured that way.
Anyway, let's leave it there.
They only react to incidents.
What was the force strength on the ground that day? Was
So
it a session or
the
platoon?
initial strength was a section.
A section.
And then
Tell my members what a section means.
a section is
I
made up of
understand.
10.
10.
Yes.
And a platoon is about.
And the platoon is a 35.
So you went
But
with
in the process, when they realized that the situation was getting bad, we called another Camp Life Patrol to go and assist. But when they got there, the situation had normalized. But they joined them to patrol and keep the place calm.
You explained very well the possibility that the firing could have come from the crowd, which I also subscribe to. It could have. But members of the public who don't understand military, whatever it is, strategies, the guns they use, whatever they use, might also see that from the video they saw some of your men kneeling down, and kneeling is aiming. How do you answer that?
So, you see, there is a procedure in dispersing crowd. The first is a verbal warning. The second is to cock your weapons to signal to the crowd that you are about to fire. The third is to fire warning shots. But the signal to scare them includes the kneeling, to aim, for you to be scared and maybe disperse. As a matter of fact, the direction of the man who's knelt was said that no casualty came from that side.
But
He didn't fire.
He didn't fire.
He didn't fire. He fired only warning shots. But when he went down, he didn't fire. In addition to that, kneeling is a position for firing.
Yes.
We have types of positions we fire from: sitting, kneeling, squatting, standing. One may adopt whichever one he finds comfortable with. So just taking a knee doesn't mean that you are doing something out of the ordinary.
Colonel, you and I know that you understand this. But somebody watching the video and somebody died. So what do you think their perception? That's why I'm asking you that. Yes.
Sir, that
we
is-
need to educate ourselves.
Yes, sir.
What about the use of intel?
Yes, so we have a lot of intel. And that is how come even D-1, my GOC and other people started monitoring what was going on.
I'm talking about using the NIB. The national.
Yes, we use them.
Okay.
The-
Can you give us somebody who we can also call from the intelligence community?
So I think the state institution, we deal with the state institutions on official grounds, and unofficially we have our sources.
Thank you very much. You have been helpful, Colonel.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Lieutenant Colonel, let me ask you this question. The officer on the ground, the Operation Calm Life, who was in control? Is it the military officer or the police officer?
The military officer.
The military officer.
Yes, sir.
He will be coming tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. We are very grateful to you for the assistance that you've given to us this morning. We will discharge you to go.
So I would want to take the opportunity to advise the media. In times like this, they need to clarify from the military. Because before you can remedy some of these harm, it would have gone haywire. As at now, no media personnel has spoken to me as the battalion commander. And they are out there saying all sort of things. The facts that we have is different from what they have or what they see. So it is better if they consult for us to kind of, before they come out with the information. Because at times it's very sensational. And you get people say all manner of things which is not proper. So we will plead with them. If they find some of these things, they are always welcome. They can come for us to discuss before they put out the information. That is my plea. And I want to add that, sir, our primary role in internal security operations is to help police or civil authority maintain law and order. Now, the other one is to restore law and order. The restoration comes in when police is overwhelmed. It means the police has pampered you, used the appropriate measures, and you are still not listening. So when the military comes in, a little more force must be applied. We cannot adopt the same measures that the police adopted, but we have to go a little further because we have done that one and you are still out of control. And if the civilians or the youth had run over or had their way out, that would have been the end. So at times, please, let's try and weigh some of these things before we draw our conclusions. Thank you very much.
Colonel, before you move out, I agree with you 100%, and the committee is also worried about that. But you know, it cuts both ways. We have also not done our part when we are having these operations to involve the media. That's what the media, when a dog bites a man, and I know they are going to be annoyed, when a dog bites a man, it's no news. And it may be a dog who bit the man, but they will say a man has bitten a dog. That is news. And therefore, you know, in operations like this, we've gone through this before, you could have as well put a media man. You know, in such operations, you inform. That's why I was talking about the ambulance. And you inform other agencies. They will carry all this thing for you. We could have at least informed the GNA over here. The riot is going on. The officer commanding is saying that we are going. So he will cover it and cover it well and better. So I agree with you perfectly well. The media is a little sensational in these things, and we need to let them know that from their sensational news, there is a possibility of escalating the riot or conflict or crisis. So we thank you for it. But next time too, you know, your training.
Yes, sir. When
we are doing training, we invite them. We invite the media. So your Operation Camp Live training, you can also invite them.
Yes,
so
sir.
it cuts both ways. That's my also advice to you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Media friends, I believe you've heard Prof on this media Operation Camp Live relationship. We will plead with the media. When you come here and we are asking questions, it is not a case of we are criticizing the media. In any case, we have the right to criticize the media because the work of the media, part of it is to criticize whoever they want to criticize. But it appears you want to have the right to criticize, but nobody should criticize the media. That is not what we are doing here. We have the right to ask questions, to unearth the truth. You understand? So when the media person comes here and we are asking questions, it is not a case of we are trying to bash the media or look, the whole commander of the Central Command is here. We've asked questions. That doesn't mean we are against the military. We all want to achieve one thing, peace in Ghana. So the media should not look at us as if we are out there to get to them. No. If you come, whatever you need, whatever outfit you are coming from, once you appear before us, we will ask questions. We will not say because you are from the media, whatever you say, we should take it. And we shouldn't ask questions. No. Because your cameraman may be aiming at a certain angle. Meanwhile, different angle, something is happening from it. So if we have to ask and be more honest and sincere to ourselves, we must ask you, yes, your cameraman was looking at this direction. Did you take notice of what was happening?
Swear with this holy Bible that the evidence I shall give before this committee shall be the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Okay. Please, can you give your full name to the court, to the committee? Sorry, I'm used to court.
My name is Edward Upon Malfo. My name is Edward Upon Malfo. I'm from Citi TV. Edward Upon Malfo. Upon OPPONG.
And you are from?
I'm with Citi TV and Citi FM.
Specifically, in which region or city?
Okay. I am the bureau chief for the Middle Belt. So Ashanti region, Brong Ahafo, that's the Buno East and Ahafo. Bureau chief.
Bureau. So where are you ordinarily stationed? Ordinarily, which of the cities do you work?
Most of the times I'm in the Kumasi office.
And can you tell the committee what role you play at your station?
As a journalist, I report. I also coordinate news activities within my area, the Middle Belt. So we plan news activities, we plan out the things that we want to come up with. And we work on special stories, features,
Hold on. I wanted to find out your designation. Exactly what? Yes, as the bureau chief, what roles do you play? What exactly do you do? Camera, editing, coverage, documentary? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, so I coordinate news activities. That's for the journalists within the jurisdiction. So we'll look at the Ashanti region, Buno East and Ahafo. Aside that, myself, I report. I also edit videos as well.
So on the 29th of June 2021, where were you working? Which part of Ghana were you working?
On the 29th, by 6:30 a.m., I was my team. There's a camera technician, is Jeremiah Ejemenu, and with our driver, Yao Boatin. So we're in our office. By 6:30, we're in our office and we're setting off. We're going to Ejura. So we left around 6:30 a.m. And then we decided to move to Ejura. By then we had
So where is the office where you set off from at 6:30 a.m. to Ejura? Where is the office located?
Our office is at Stadium.
In Kumasi.
It's Kumasi.
Now, what prompted you moving at as early as 6:30 a.m. with the cameraman to Ejura? What information had you received in order for you to have gone there with cameras?
Prior to that, we are ahead of this report that a young man, a man has been beaten and he was injured at the time. But by Monday, I heard of it, so I called the district commander, DSP Kofi Hammond. I called him, so I spoke to him on phone for close to 10 minutes. So he explained what had happened. And from there, that's the Monday 28th.
Please slow down. Do it sentence by sentence.
Okay.
So that they can capture more of it. After a sentence, you can pause a bit.
So this is the 28th. So the 28th, I spoke with the district commander. I had a phone conversation with him for close to 10 minutes, and he explained what had happened.
So on the 29th in the morning, you went there with your cameraman in anticipation that something could happen. Is that so?
No, in fact, with the 28th, when I spoke with him, I also spoke with the wife of the one who had been injured at the time. So I got that information, and later I called the wife, and the wife told me that the person in question is no more and has actually died. And so we're in Kumasi, we heard of the agitations in the evening on the 28th. So with the, based on that information, we decided to go there early enough to really find out what was going on within the community.
Okay, so continue. You got to Ejura, and what happened?
So before getting to Ejura, we had established contacts with some key people within the area. And so I spoke with the assembly member when we were getting closer. So the assembly member told us that as at that time was closed, it was some few minutes to 9 a.m. as at the time. So he told us that they were having a conversation with the chief of Ejura. Apparently, the chief had invited the youth groups over there. He had received information that some people wanted to protest that morning, per the information received. So he told us that they are at the chief's palace, so we should try and get there on time so that we can really get to know the kind of conversation going on between the chief and the residents at the time. But just as we got there, I called him. I called the assembly member. My understanding is Zakaria Ibrahim. And he told us that they had just left because they are done with the meeting with the chief. And that the chief there with the chief at the time. So the assembly member said he was some few meters away, so he had to meet us. And within that period, as we were waiting, we saw some of the sub-chiefs at Ejura, the chief's palace place. And so they said they were making arrangements for us so we can talk to the chief. So we requested for an interview with the Ejura chief. And so as we were waiting, the assembly member arrived. And there were some of the young people who were also around at the time. So we decided to interview him, and then some of the young men around who earlier were there and the chief spoke to them, they also stood beside him, and then we interviewed him basically on the situation, how the security situation has been in the area. And if I was some of the young men who were around at the time, it was later, I'll come back to this, but it was later that we realized that one of the people Nasir Yusuf, who was shot later, he was one of the people who were standing beside the assemblyman at the time that we were having that interview with him. So we interviewed the assemblyman. Later, we were called that the chief was in his lobby, so we can join him.
Okay, let's go point on point on the very salient point, so that if you requested to see the chief, were you able to see him, and what happened? As to the very little details, if you could,
okay,
so that we move on quickly.
So, in essence, we met the chief, but he delegated the Nifahini to speak to us. He spoke to us and gave some assurances as to what they are doing to ensure peace in the area. But just after we were leaving, some of the youth groups came there and they reported to the Nifahini that some people were trying to attack them.
So far, the youth that you had met when you went there, how did they appear? I mean, did they come in a calm manner? Were they angry youth, or what form did they meet you with? Was it a normal, calm group? The ones you had met earlier?
They came around and they indicated to the traditional authorities that they wanted the chiefs to intervene, else there could be some kind of reprisal attacks. And so right from there, they were preparing to go to the cemetery. And so we asked of where the burial service would be held. So we decided to move towards the area.
So going back a bit, as you just stated, you said some group came and said they were afraid that their lives were in danger or something like that.
Yes.
Okay, so follow on from that.
The Nifahini...
They lodged the complaint with the Nifahini,
yes,
about their fear that they could be attacked.
Yes.
So what happened?
The Nifahini also spoke with them and called on them to be calm throughout. And they agreed, and they later left. One of them indicated that he was a brother to the deceased. So we went, we asked of where the burial service was going to be held, so we decided to go there. So as we were on our way, we saw a police vehicle. The water cannon vehicle was right in front of us. So it gave us an idea as to where the burial service would be held. And we're still asking though.
For some clarity, was it burial or burial service?
Okay, it was a burial.
There's a burial.
Burial. So we then moved closer, and the water cannon vehicle got to a point and it stopped. So we also stopped with our vehicle. We asked our driver to also stop at a point, and then that's myself and the camera technician, we decided to move closer to where the burial was going on. So as at this time, it was almost 10:30 a.m. And so we had to do a live report on TV. So I did a live report there at the time. So as we were doing the live report, I was facing the vehicle, and the barrier, where the barrier was being held, was behind me. So the police vehicle tried moving closer to where the barrier was being held.
So with the police vehicle, did you see policemen? Sometimes you can see them on top wielding guns and all that. Did you see them with any weapons, or they were just in the vehicle?
I just saw the vehicle. I didn't really see them either on top or anywhere, but I saw the vehicle getting closer.
Hold on. Please, sir. Please, sir. Is there any problem? You have to address it to us. Don't take anything to them without our knowledge. Yes. Adia, what did they bring? Yes. Yes, let them pass through this place. Please. Nana. Take them. Let's see it before it goes here. Thank you. We will have to number it. This it relates to the testimony of the district commander. Yes. No, the district commander. When he brought the pictures. It's rather the regional commander. Yes. You know, the one on the pen drive. This is the physical. Yes. So the pen drive, we marked it as what? C. So make this one C1, C2, C3, yes, C series. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Sorry for the interruption. You can continue if you can remember what you said last.
So I got to the point where I said I was doing a live report, and I saw the police vehicle, the water cannon vehicle, moving closer to where we were. And so, as I was reporting at this time, I also heard some people saying that they don't need the police over there at where the person is being buried. And so, they were telling the police to go away. And in that case, I saw some of them with stones and clubs, and they were trying to drive the police vehicle away.
Okay, so can you tell the committee, since you heard them speaking, in what language you heard them speaking?
Some of them were speaking in Hausa. I don't speak Hausa, but I heard, these ones are the ones that I heard that were in Chi.
Now, earlier on when you went to the cemetery, or on your way, did you meet some of the residents there? Those who were going to do the burial, did you meet some of them? On the way and at the cemetery?
We're in a vehicle. So we got to a part where a number of them had gathered at the place where they were supposed to bury the person.
Okay. So when you saw them, were they wielding these weapons or implements you said later you saw them with? The stones, machetes and all that?
I saw those were stones and the clubs. Those ones I saw when the police vehicle started moving closer. That was when I saw that the crowd, the people over there had been so agitated and they were rushing towards where the vehicle was.
So when they were at the cemetery, you saw them, but you cannot tell whether they had any of such implements with them.
I saw
at the same cemetery, whilst they saw the police van, suddenly they had these weapons.
It was when the vans were getting closer. That was where I saw the stones and the sticks.
Was the cemetery close to any building or homes around, such that they could have gone and in and come out?
Not really. It looks a bit isolated, not really closer to houses.
Okay, please continue. So they said they were agitated while the police were there at the cemetery.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so even at that point, I felt I wasn't even safe at the time because the people were just rushing. And in my live report, as I was even trying to report, some would just rush, come in, try to say a word or two. And so in the process, I saw that the police vehicle had turned and was just moving away from the area. So it was, and some people were chasing the vehicle. And at that time, they were just throwing stones over there. And even at that point, our vehicle was parked at a different side. So when I was doing the live report, I still could see our driver turning fast and moving away from the area. So we finished the live report, and when we were done, there were just a few people who were still at the cemetery. And some had gone because they were chasing the vehicle. Some had gone. So when we were done and we moved towards where our vehicle was supposed to be, we tried reaching our driver and were unable to reach him for some time. So we later called him and he said when they were throwing the stones, our screen, the window side of the vehicle got smashed, and it has been smashed that way. That's what he told us. And so he was running for safety.
Do you have any picture or any sort of evidence to show this car of yours which was smashed?
Yes, I have it. I have given it to him.
Okay.
In a video form. Yes. Yes. Okay, so we were unable to find our driver, we called and he said he had gone back to the chief's palace. So that's where we wanted to find out if he was safe and the vehicle too was safe as well. So we went there, and while we were there, we heard there had been gunshots. So we rushed to where they said there had been that gunshot. We went to the area, and there were a number of people who had massed up over there. We saw a transmitter, which the oil was just coming out of it. And there were some eyewitnesses there too. We spoke with them, and we were told some people had been rushed to the hospital. So we followed up at the hospital.
Now, before going to the hospital, apart from the police water cannon vehicle, which you saw at the cemetery, did you see any member of the security forces, either police or army, near the cemetery, near the chief's palace, any of these places?
For the chief's palace, as at the time, there wasn't any military person as at the time.
Either of them, police or military, any of them?
For the military, I didn't see them at the cemetery too. It was just the police.
So you cannot tell whether by your oral evidence or your video how many policemen you saw or how many military officers you saw?
I can't tell.
Okay. So were you able to capture the time when the shooting occurred?
We heard it much later because we had to meet our driver. So that period, we cannot tell the specific time.
Please continue from the hospital at the hospital.
So we went to the hospital. We were trying to get the medical superintendent, but at that point in time, he was not available. And so one man walked out and he was crying. And according to him, his younger brother had died as a result of the shooting. So we spoke with him. And after talking to him, I still tried to go inside and talk to the medical superintendent. And I interviewed him, and he confirmed that 2 people had died as a result of gunshot wounds. And there were 4 other persons who also sustained some gunshot wounds.
So between the time that the rioters or the group were following or chasing the police vehicle and the time that you heard of the shooting, about how long in duration?
I think between 20 to 30 minutes.
Okay. Do you have any more evidence?
So from the place that we saw the bodies being released to their families, and after that time, I still wanted to get some information from the police because the commander had spoken to him a day before, and so I wanted to talk to him if with the protesters they had been able to make any arrest or there was any update that he could give me. So we heard that they were at the chief's palace, that the team of the police and the military, they were at the chief's palace. So we went there. Fortunately, the commander, the DSP Philip Kojo Hammond, he was there. I also saw the SWAT commander, and I saw the one leading the military team. So I was approaching the commander. I wanted to talk to him. I introduced myself that, I spoke with you yesterday. So, and yes, he said yes, he actually he remembers that. And then, as he was about talking to me, the military man who was leading the team came to say that no one will speak to the media, and that we should rather go to the town and advise the people. And as a result of that, the commander declined to even speak to me. So he didn't speak to me.
Specifically, you mean the commander who came here, the district
Yes.
commander?
Yes, please.
Okay. So go on.
So basically that's it.
Okay. So the evidence that you have, the video evidence, who took the video?
My camera technician, Jeremiah J. Menu.
So you can explain whatever happened?
Yes, please.
Okay.
You have the video. Yes, before we play the video to see the content, I would like to find out from you. Did you capture the incident that took place during which these gunshots injured the 4 and as a result 2 others also died?
No, please.
So, what exactly did you capture which is on the video?
What happened at the burial grounds? That's the main one. And what happened at the Ejura Government Hospital when the residents besieged the area?
So, you have no knowledge about the circumstances that led to the shooting, for which 4 persons were injured and 2 losing their lives?
No, please.
Thank you.
So you can help us as it plays along. If you have anything to explain, then you do it for us.
Yes, sir. I think it's quite long. We can't sit. If we even sit here till 4 o'clock, we will not finish. But you know the earlier clip at the cemetery. Yes, relating it to your evidence that some of them were holding sticks, clubs, stones, and other things. I did not, looking at your video clip, I did not see those implements or weapons with the people. Or you failed to capture that aspect?
My Lord, the video captured a part where some were holding stones. It captured it.
Oh, how many? I think only some 2 or 3 persons who were holding stones.
And aside that, there are some persons who were holding stones and these implements. Just that at a point, because we were in the middle of the people, we were unable to just shoot at them. Because I remember even at the point when I was reporting, I could hear some people saying that the fact that the camera is on them, it could be in trouble. I heard that.
Oh, very well. And you couldn't, from here, I don't know whether the other clips contains the youth or the people chasing the military vehicle, as you alleged in your testimony.
Yes, my Lord.
Did you capture that aspect?
Checking to the videos, that part was not captured, but I saw that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for doing a good media coverage, which would help. But shooting ahead, I would say that once you are brave to be amongst them, I think Erastus also did the same, and I was congratulating him. It were better if you were able to capture some small amount of the miscreants, so that would be evidence against. That is how we can use them in doing the justice they are calling for. So you capture those who have taken the law into their own hands. When we deal with them, then they will know how strict the law is. So in future, try and even hidden cameras and whatnot. But your bravery, I give you a plus. My 2 worries. Why did you decide to go to Ejura and not Sechedumasi, where maybe some small Enchidanso has stolen some plantain over there?
It's because of the nature of the story. We had heard about it and we felt it was newsworthy, so we decided to go there.
So what was the end game? What were you trying to show?
Basically, there are concerns that people were expressing. So we wanted their concerns to be heard.
But not the justice they are talking about.
Those are part of their concerns.
Because for me, it's a country, and security is very important. They're killing themselves, and they expect you, the cameraman, or me, or somebody else to give them justice. So what were you trying to show? Because most of your reportage must help build the nation.
Usually, before all the things that happened, we had a plan. The plan was to get to the burial grounds, then later get to the family, talk to them, get to understand the issues, and then put a whole story together. And then if there are concerns, and we had the police in mind as well, we get all angles connected to the story. And definitely, since a life is involved, it's newsworthy enough, and there are lessons that we can draw from the story. So we felt, based on that, it was newsworthy enough to follow it that way.
No matter how newsworthy a situation is, do you think at times media reportage and the commentaries you give on your own create a condition for instability and insecurity?
Generally, I think just like every profession, there are excesses. So there is that possibility.
What aspect of your reportage has anything positive or a change of attitude both from the security services and from the people?
Based on this report, my lord?
Your reportage, yes.
This is basically to tell the story, get to know what is happening. And once we're able to know what is happening, it will inform decision makings.
But you didn't give us anything decision making wise.
My lord, I didn't get that.
You didn't give us anything decision making wise from your reportage.
With the interview with the chiefs, the chief actually talked about that, the sort of engagements they are having, and with the part where I spoke to the assembly member, he also talked about things that definitely, if the key stakeholders look into them, it can help in building the country. These are genuine concerns, in my view.
What is the way forward, you think? What does the media want to, from Citi FM? What do you want to see us put in our report that will either minimize, take away, or mitigate whatever we are seeing in our country as insecurity?
When I was covering this story throughout, one thing that stood out for me was that the people, when I engaged them, the residents, they felt that there is no sense of urgency when they report issues concerning their lives to the security service. So they feel the security is not really doing enough for them. And that's something that was running through with most of the interviews I had with the residents.
That's very important. And I say, what can we do? You and me. We have to set the agenda. You and me. I'm an intellectual. You are the media. For me, at times, my area gives me the pleasure to always watch films about these things. I know issues like murder and what I can take 30 years. Cold, what do you call it? Murder stories. And the people have the patience to wait for the police to do their work, helping the police with leads. Are you sure our population has been given this attitude towards crime? They wanted just, they said they've given what, 1 week? Is that how Ghana must go?
I think generally the orientation is part of it. And we all have a key role to play. The media, those in academia, and for the general public. With how we orient people, it comes into play. Because at times people try to just do things on their own.
What do we have to do, media, us and everybody have to do to create a new socio-psychological canopy in Ghana about hooliganism, impatience? I don't know how you people call it, the youth. Me, I'm an old man. But it's like that get results quick, get rich quick, get answers quick attitude and insubordination. Are you not sure, are you not in the Citi News, are you not worried that this is the order of the day in Ghana?
Well, sensitization is key. And in my view, my personal view, I think there should be that kind of conscious effort to really sensitize people with institutions like the NCC and obviously the media will also have a key role to play. If we're able to sensitize people more on some of these issues. Because personally, there are a number of people I've interviewed, especially when it comes to murder-related issues. And when there's this general perception that Ghana's justice delivery system delays a lot. So at times, people try to just find ways of getting their own form of justice. This is something, in my view, I think we should really look at it, have a way of psyching people to reorient them. And I think all key stakeholders have roles to play in this regard.
Thank you. I commend you for your bravery.
Thank you.
So I have...
Prof asked, you see, don't you think that the media has a crucial role to play in the sensitization of the people regarding the time frame to demand justice? This is the situation, somebody has been killed. Whether whatever motive the person who killed him or who caused injury to him needs to be investigated. And, arresting people, taking statement from them, putting them before court, willing witnesses to testify, and judgment being pronounced. It is not a case of 1 week, 1 month situation. Because for the police to conclude, because immediately it becomes murder, the procedure changes. For police to conclude their investigation, build a docket, send it to AG's department for prosecution to begin, it takes time. Don't you think the media has a role to sensitize the people to know that, look, when it comes to issues of crime, there's no need to rush? Because what do we achieve? By putting the wrong people before court for them to be free, or taking time to investigate, get the actual culprit to prosecute, if it will even take 2 years. Then at the end of it, the person is convicted and punished. Do you recommend to your colleagues in the media that you, when I say you, I mean the media, should be circumspect upon hearing that something has happened to prejudge the motives and the circumstances surrounding the occurrence of that event?
Yes, my Lord, I admit that the media has a key role to play. But just as the media has a key role to play, the judiciary also plays a key role, because, my Lord, you understand some of these things even better. So if there are forums that you can create, that's you in the judiciary, where you enlighten people more on some of these issues, it will really help. And for us as media, you invite us, we'll be available to provide a platform. You educate people more on some of these issues. Just that at times, because media, we touch on a lot of issues, when issues come, people feel the media too, there are lapses and people have to criticize us. Obviously, we are not above criticism, but I think it's a collective thing that we should come up with. There should be that kind of concerted effort to look at how to address some of these issues. Some media people may not really know more about how long it's supposed to take for a case to reach the stage where we can start a trial and other things. So the key stakeholders should also come in this regard. But one major issue too in Ghana is that the media will be playing its key role. But as we are playing our role, you will find some institutions not helping the media. At times you need information, you go to key offices, they don't avail themselves. The police, they were here. The deputy commander, there are a lot of instances. You call him, you want an information on it. He will direct you to PRO. PRO will say, oh, maybe call the deputy commander, or I'm not available. PRO travels. We can't get information. The key institutions are also not helping. And that is very true. And so it has to be that kind of collaboration between the media and the key bodies. Because within this period, a little over 10 years that I've been in this profession, you talk to people, you get to offices. Once they get to know you are going to use it, there's a different orientation people have. So there is the kind of reception you're supposed to get, you don't even get at times. So generally, we all have a key role to play, and various bodies should really see how we can collaborate. Because I remember when we went to Ejura, there are instances, the military team, we saw them. They will tell you, you can't film us, you're around. They will warn you, don't film us. But at some instances, you even want information, just some kind of confrontation, and then it's as if we are on the battlefield. So it's something that generally we should reorient people, and then we use the media to drive it. I think that will really help.
Well, thank you very much. Just a quick question about the posture of the security services. During one of your commentaries on your clip, you said that the military, not the military, the security services were doing their best and so on and so forth. In your own estimation on the day, what was the posture? Were they confrontational? Do you feel they were being professional? What was it? What was the posture on the day?
At the point where it started was just after the cemetery. And with that side, I actually didn't see any kind of confrontational aspect coming from the police. What I saw was when the police van started moving closer, that's where people started chasing them and indicated that they don't want to see them because they feel they have not been addressing their issues. And so that is not even the time to come closer. That was it. But I didn't sense any aspect of the whole thing being confrontational.
Okay. And you mentioned that you don't get a lot of information from the institutions, and even on the day, on the field, you had wanted to interview the commander,
yes,
and somebody had blocked you and hadn't allowed you. Do you feel that the right to information bill that's been passed, do you feel in your line of work that it's working, or do you feel that you yourselves haven't taken advantage of it to that extent as the media?
In theory, it's a very good policy, but personally, I've not really seen a practical aspect of the whole bill, the Right to Information Bill, because I feel there are still bureaucracies around it. What it is supposed to really address, in my view, it has not really addressed that.
But you're familiar with how to go about getting the information, and you use these methods, and yet you don't get the information?
To really say we are really familiar, we know the steps all right, but there are still issues around it that should be made clear enough so that we can get information. And there are times it's not even about applying. You need information. We're on the ground. You need information from a police officer. They won't give you the information. At times something happens on the scene. The officers there will tell you, we are not in a position to speak to you. But it's something that is newsworthy and we would like to report on. But the officers will tell you they won't speak to you. You call their superior, the superior will either will not answer your call or will tell you that they are going to get back. You call again, you don't get any information.
But how does the media build those relationships? Those are really relationship-based issues. If you have a relationship with the PRO or the police commandant before, or any of the securities, before an issue crops up, I'm sure that you would have avenues, no?
Yes, we do. Even for Ashanti region, we're on a platform. There's a police platform where the police PRO updates us. But how frequent is that? Or when an issue happens, how can you have access? There are issues that will happen in a different area. You call the regional police PRO, he may tell you that he's not aware of the issue. Okay. The commander there at times will tell you they have sent the issue to the regional, so you should call the regional. But the regional will tell you still they don't have any information on it. So at times, the media just struggles when it comes to some of these issues. But they turn back just to, and they blame us in the long run. And I feel it's very, very much unfair.
I think my last maybe two questions are, one, were you yourselves as the team that went to cover this incident, how are you kitted? What was your kit? Were you wearing any protective gears? What was your kit?
I was in this jacket. It's a Citi TV, Citi FM jacket.
So you could have died out there.
Yes. So we're trying to get the news. We're also being cautious as well.
I see. Okay. I think my final question is really on social media. There's a lot that goes on social media. And as a media trainer, strategist, I've always wondered what's the relationship between news houses, and because you're in the seat, I thought I might ask you, do you sometimes get some of your information off social media and feed that into the mainstream, and how do you verify? What sort of steps do you take? Because with this particular story, I think there was a lot of information that was getting into your newsroom and fueling your investigation from social media?
For us as Citi, we have a quality control process. There are ways that before we put anything out there, we try to verify, and at least we have the key contacts. So if they say this person has done that, we'll try and call the person, really find out if indeed it happened. So there are ways of really verifying. Because now we know, because of the era of fake news, you try to put something out there, it could be just a fabrication and it will affect your brand. And so it's the issue of verification that we consider as key.
Thank you very much. I think we are very grateful for the information and evidence that you've given to us. We will later watch the entire clip, and whatever is in there, we will look at them. If it becomes necessary for us to call you back for further clarification, we will do that. Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord.
At this juncture, I think we will bring today's proceedings to an end. The committee sitting is hereby adjourned to tomorrow at 10 a.m. I believe we have some more witnesses to take tomorrow morning. Thank you. Very well. Regional Commander, we will take you after your testimony, then we call the District Commander. Yes. We are very grateful. Yes, we thank you for coming to assist us. Is the District Commander here? Yes, please, can you take him to the witness room? Yes. It will help you out of, so that you don't get confused with what your boss will say. Welcome once again.
Thank you, my Lord.
Madam Counsel, over to you.
I, David Ajiman Ajim,
do
swear
with the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give in this case
shall be the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Commander, can you please give your full name again to the committee?
My Lord, my name is David Ajiman Ajim, Deputy Commissioner of Police and Deputy Regional Commander, Ashanti Region.
Please, can you help us with the spelling of the Ajim? So that we'll get it accurate spelling in our records.
My Lord, my Ajiman is spelled with a G. A-G-Y-E-M-A-N-G. And Ajim is A-D-J-E-M.
Please, can you tell the committee how long you've been in this position of the Deputy Regional Commander in Ashanti?
My Lord, I've been in this position for a little less than 2 years. In August, I'll be 2 years in my position.
Please, can you tell the committee whether you are a member of the Regional Security Council or not?
My Lord, in the absence of my boss, I represent him at the Regional Security Council.
Now, with Ejura being in Ashanti region and being under your control, I believe you are aware of the incidents of violence or disturbances that occurred on the 28th, 29th of June 2021. Did you have any role to play in protection of lives and property and fighting crime in this area on that day? And if you did, can you tell the committee whatever you have, information you have on that incident?
Thank you, my Lord. My Lord, my boss, who is the regional police commander, Commissioner of Police, Mr. Duku, during the period was indisposed, and so I was responsible for all the policing activities in the region during the period. And so I would give the committee a chronology of events, a chronology of activities the police undertook before, during, and after the incident on the 29th of June, if I am permitted, my Lord. Thank you, my Lord. My Lord, on the 26th of June 2021, about 4:04:05 hours, the police in Ejura received a complaint from one Haruna Muhammad that his brother Ibrahim Muhammad, also known as Kaka, aged 45 years, had been attacked at about 0200 hours and had been admitted at the Ejura hospital, and as such needed police action. Subsequently, police accompanied the complainant to the crime scene at Dagomba Line, house number plot 267, block 4. And at the scene, he pointed to 2 pieces of firewood. One of them was stained with blood, and he reported that these were allegedly used to attack his brother, who was on admission at the hospital.
Commander, please, can I come in here? Can we be specific? Which police did the complainant report the incident to? Is it
my Lord, I said Ejura police.
Okay. And it was Ejura police that accompanied him to the scene?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, because they were the investigating officers. Thereafter, the divisional commander informed me, the district commander, I'm sorry, my Lord, informed me about this and requested for the presence of the regional crime scene team to come help process the scene, which we subsequently did, and a report was produced, a copy of which I have deposited at the Secretariat, my Lord.
Okay. At this stage, then, we would gladly take in that document and would have it marked and tended. Please, who has the exhibit book?
Mark that as exhibit. Yesterday we got to
C.
This will be exhibit C. Mark it as exhibit C. Tendered in by the Deputy Regional Commander.
Commander, with respect, what is the document? What is the name, the title?
My Lord, it is a crime scene report.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, you can proceed with your evidence.
Thank you, my Lord. We then took statements from the witnesses Haruna Mohammed, one Sadia Fusaini, and issued another statement form to one Suraji Amidu, a co-tenant of now deceased Kaka. May I also add that Amidu is a teacher, and he subsequently submitted his written statement to the police on the 27th of June 2021. On the same day, police visited the victim at the Ejura hospital, but was told that the victim had been transferred to the Konfanochi Teaching Hospital because he needed specialized treatment. The investigator then proceeded to the Konfanochi Teaching Hospital, and the next morning provided a police medical form to the doctors attending the victim. On the 28th of June, at around 1340 hours, police had information that the victim had passed on at the Konfanochi Teaching Hospital. Subsequently, my Lord, the command had intelligence that there was a potential attack on the police station, municipal assembly building, and some vital installations and property within Ejura Township.
Commander, please, can I find out?
Yes, please.
If you state potential attack, what steps were you informed that the residents had taken that indicated a potential attack? What were they doing that suggested a potential attack?
My Lord, I'm coming to that, if you give me the permission.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We therefore instructed the divisional command in Mampong to provide one patrol team to beef up security whilst we made arrangement to send further reinforcement from Kumasi. Well, Lord, this was important because in the past we've had issues in Ejura, and anytime it happened, the crux has been attempted attacks on the police. And in the last year, I can recall not less than 3 occasions. The first being during the compilation of names for the voter register. The second was during the campaign period preceding the last general elections. And the third being incidents that had happened after the elections, my Lord. Subsequently, we dispatched a team stationed in the region from the FPU headquarters and another team from our SWAT unit to also go and assist with our strength in Ejura.
Please, can you help us with the complete meanings of the abbreviations, the FPU and the SWAT?
So the FPU is the Formed Police Unit, and the SWAT is the Special Weapon and Tactical Unit of the police service.
Thank you.
My Lord, true to the intelligence we had gathered, around 1800 hours of same day, some irate youth in Ejura, on hearing the death of Kaka, went on rampage, destroying both government and private property in the town, including vandalizing the police station, attempting to vandalize the police station, and some other property. For example, the municipal revenue checkpoint, which was the office of the forestry department, was attacked. The revenue collectors were attacked, and the daily collections were stolen by the irate mob. Again, the mob also damaged 2 police vehicles, pictures of which you can find in the document I have given to the committee. They also destroyed 3 other vehicles that were parked at the police station, my lord. Again, the district fire officer and one colleague of his were attacked, and the vehicle they were riding was also damaged by the youth. My lord, we were informed later on that Nana Ejura had invited the youth and spoken to them to stop their rampage. He then advised them to exercise restraint and to report to the police and volunteer information if they had any, so that the police could investigate the matter thoroughly. My lord, following the attacks on the police station, we further brought reinforcement from the regional headquarters, including one team of Operation Calm Life personnel, which comprised both military and police officers, to help especially maintain law and order and to protect lives. And of course, to also protect vital installations in the town.
Commander, please, can I come in again?
Yes, my lord.
Were formal complaints lodged by persons and institutions who suffered these damages by the residents?
Yes, I'm sure.
Who were affected by
I'm sure
it?
they were done, but the district commander would speak to that, my lord.
Okay, thank you.
My lord, 2 suspects now remanded in police custody. Ibrahim Isaka, alias Anyas, and Fusaini Al-Hassan were chased by the youth whilst riding their motorbikes, and they were accused to have had a hand leading to the death of Kaka. These gentlemen, or these suspects, were subsequently arrested and detained by the police. Because of the nature and the tension in town, these suspects were sent to Mampong for safekeeping, because we couldn't be sure what the irate youth could do. My lord, on the 28th of June 2021, post-mortem examination was performed on Akaka at the Konfanochi Teaching Hospital, and the body subsequently released to the family. And same was brought to Ejura at around 2100 hours on the day. My Lord, the following day, which was the 29th of June, due to the incidents of the previous night, the family of the deceased requested that the police provided them protection whilst they went to bury the victim. This we obliged and provided them escort with the route control vehicle that had been sent to town. After the burial and as we returned to town, the youth started pelting the vehicle with stones. And my Lord, I am sure we have seen videos where the youths were chasing the route control vehicle and our driver had to take evasive action to avoid any accident or incident. We retreated to the station in anticipation of an attack on the police station because the crowd was getting bigger and bigger. At this time, may I add that I had had a conversation with the CEO and I had requested that if they could get another Calm Life team to augment the strength of security on the ground, it would be good for all of us.
Commander, please, can you tell us who is the CEO?
Lieutenant Colonel Prepra, my lord.
Of
the 4BN.
Okay. And please, for clarity, you had earlier stated that you had sent the FPU.
Yes, my lord.
And you had sent the SWAT.
Yes, my lord.
And then the first team of Operation Calm Life.
Yes, my lord.
And then there was a second team of Operation Calm Life.
The first team of Operation Calm Life had gone to Ejura on the night of the 28th.
And had returned, or they were still there?
I am sure they had returned by this time.
So I'm asking, we want to be sure by the 29th about how many police personnel had been detailed there.
In total, we had about 50 police officers that had been deployed from other areas other than Ejura.
Excluding Calm Life, which comprises police and military.
Yes, excluding Calm Life, which, my lord, may I also add that at this time, our main focus was to prevent destruction of especially property. And so most of these men had been placed to guard government installation, especially the police station and the municipal police headquarters, as well as having roadblocks on all the roads that were leading to Ejura because we had had intelligence that other persons were coming out of town to also join in the routing, my lord. My lord, we then had information that the youth had blocked the road close to the mosque, the central mosque in Ejura. My lord, I don't know if you've been there, but there's a central mosque on the main road, which is about 1 kilometer from the main police station. And they had set tires on fire and were being routers because vehicles that were coming in town or coming out of town were blocked. And so we deployed our men in a bid to maintain law and order. And to prevent these irate youth from vandalizing other property. When the police and backed by the military got to the scene, the youth started pelting them with stones and anything they could get their hands on. Some were seen to be holding machetes and other dangerous implements. At a point, we realized that the team had been surrounded on all sides. And my lord, I am sure you've seen a video footage where the police route control vehicle was spraying water, but the youth were still throwing stones at them. At a point, sensing danger because we had been surrounded and because we thought that their next action would be to go to the police station to vandalize the police station, the officers on the ground decided that the police must retreat so that the military takes over so that we could go back to the station and protect the station and the municipal building. My lord, that is what the police did until the military came in, and of course, the rest we all know. Then on the 30th of June, Sadia Fusaini, who had earlier given us a statement, came back to the police station accompanied by the husband, Fusaini Muhammad, and one Muniratu Al-Hassan. And she gave a further statement that on the night of the 26th, she saw Idi Muhammad, a brother of Kaka, dragging the victim now deceased, towards the bathroom in their house, because they were all tenants in the house, or they are co-tenants. And that Miniratu Al-Hassan had also seen this happening. And that they both saw Idi Muhammad running from the scene. Lord, after this statement, the police arrested Idi Muhammad and took caution statements from him. Subsequently, as we had done previously, the suspect was sent to Mampong, and later all three were brought to the regional police headquarters here in Kumasi. On Friday, the 2nd of July, my Lord, the three suspects were arraigned before court, and they have been remanded into police custody to reappear on the 13th of July 2021. My Lord, these are the policing actions that were taken. Of course, may I also add that 2 criminal investigations are underway, and we have brought the dockets, uncompleted though, for the inspection of your committee, if you so desire, my Lord.
Well, you have a copy of the case docket, or it is the original case docket?
My Lord, these are the originals of the case dockets.
Can we have photocopies?
My Lord, if you so wish.
We have a photocopy machine. What is? Yes. How many dockets? 2.
Yes, my Lord.
2. Mark the first one as Exhibit D, and the second one Exhibit E. So the first in time should be Exhibit D, the second one Exhibit E.
Let's go back. No, we'll do, don't worry. Yes, 29th, second. What? No,
Just look at the date. The first in time becomes Exhibit D. The next one becomes Exhibit E.
This was on the 14th. This is a different. My Lord, I am sorry. I think the one of the dockets is here.
Okay.
The other, because the matter is in court, the docket we couldn't bring to the committee.
Very well.
However, I think that we have all seen on social media a copy of a warning letter that was issued to the deceased.
I have not seen it.
Well,
We,
my Lord,
the committee, we cannot rely on whatever we see outside this room.
Thank you very much, my
Yes.
Lord. My Lord, it has come to the attention of police that a document, which is a warning letter from the police is in circulation on social media. and a lot of commentary have gone on whether the propriety of policing action in respect of this document. And there's a docket that was prepared on that incident, and I have that here.
Very well. Please, can you take it and mark that, since this one is going to be Exhibit D, mark this one as Exhibit E. Does it contain the letter you are talking about?
Yes, my lord.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank
my lord.
you.
Commander, please, can you give some little information about
Yes,
it?
my lord.
What incident was it about?
My lord, it was an incident that happened between the deceased and police in Ejura. Whilst police were on their normal duties, he had gone to film them, and when they protested, there was some altercation, so he was arrested, brought to the station, and subsequently the district commander had issued him with a warning letter not to repeat what he had done. What is being given out there is that the police had given him a warning because he was involved in activities of exposing persons or people who were doing wrong in his own mind, my lord.
Thank you very much. Please, Commander, is that all the information you have?
Yes, for now, my lord. And if there are any questions to be answered.
Please, do you have any evidence?
Okay. Yeah. Yes, please.
Do you have any evidence, whether audio or video, to submit? Not necessarily. I'm just asking if you have any.
Yes, my lord. I think that we do have a pen drive that contains some pictures, but basically they are the same pictures that are on social media, because we on our own did not take any pictures except those in the crime scene report, my lord.
Okay. Then if it wasn't the police service that took those pictures, then they may not be that relevant, would they? Did you obtain them as hearsay? You got them from some other persons. They were not police generated pictures.
Yes, of course, they are not police generated pictures apart from the crime scene photographs that we have. Albeit that we know that some persons have appeared before this committee and they have presented same videos to the committee.
Okay. These pictures that you are talking about, will they be relevant to the issues before us?
My lord,
the one on the pen drive that you're talking about.
My lord, this is a difficult one for me because I don't make the determinations here. So if my lord will help us.
Very well.
Yes, my lord.
For what it is worth, please accept the pen drive. Let's give it to the IT officer. Let him project for us to see. Then we will determine whether to admit it in evidence.
Yes, my lord. Thank you very much. My lord, if I may also add that after the 29 incident, when the attention of the police were drawn to the fact that there have been casualties in the at Ejura, and that persons had been sent to the hospital. We went to the hospital, and the medical officer gave us some, he gave us a report, medical report on the persons, all the persons that were sent to him. In fact, we had wanted to know the whereabouts of the persons who had died during the shooting, but apparently the youth had threatened to burn the hospital down, so the doctor informed us that he was forced to give the bodies to the youth in order that the facility will not be vandalized and burnt down. We have reports, medical reports of same in the documents that we have presented to the committee, my lord.
Thank you.
Commander, sorry, can I ask you a last question?
Yes, my lord.
For further explanation. At the last stage, when the police decided to go back and protect their facilities, at the time the military took over, were policemen still at the scene with the military?
Yes, some policemen were there, but we withdrew most of them because we weren't sure the next action of the mob.
I mean, at the time of the shooting, were policemen on the ground with the military? Were they there? Were they present?
Yes, some of them were around because we had gone in a group and we wanted to withdraw the route control vehicle. And so, yes, some of the men who were with the, for example, who were with the Calm Life team would certainly have been at the scene.
So that means we have policemen who are witnesses to the incident on the 29th.
Well, possible, yes.
Thank you.
My lord, these are part of the crime scene pictures. This was one of the police vehicles that were vandalized. I think the windshield of that vehicle was broken. My lord, this is a picture of the Ejura police station. And here we can see all the bulbs at the station had been broken by the mob. Bulb, okay. My lord, this was the route control vehicle, and it also suffered some damage as a result of the action of the youth. For example, the side mirror was broken and it had dents as a result of the stoning? That is the side mirror that was broken. My Lord, this was one of the vehicles that was parked, a private vehicle that was parked at the station. Lord, may I also add that, but for the fact that the route control vehicle is armor plated, I am sure the damage would have been extensive.
Okay. I think we've seen some. Yes, let me begin with our questions. The committee members who want to ask some few questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you know that in this digital age, photographs can be taken with the date and location of the place where the photograph is being taken. You know that?
Yes, my Lord. It is essential to do that.
And these photographs that you have shown us, we do not find any dates these photographs were taken.
My Lord, as I indicated, these are crime scene pictures of the event. And so we assume that because they were crime scene pictures of that event, maybe, but on hindsight, I think I agree with you. That should have been done, my Lord.
Because I believe the FPU water cannon,
yes, my Lord,
it's not a brand new one when at the time they were going to Ejura.
It was not, and it's still not, my Lord.
Yes, it has been used in other areas, if not Ejura.
Yes.
So, how certain are you that the dents on this water cannon vehicle were done at Ejura?
Thank you, my Lord. My Lord, when this vehicle was brought here, when I came here, there was one vehicle here, a white one, which developed a fault and was sent back. This was brought in, and this was newly painted. And since then, we've not had any serious event that had necessitated anybody throwing any objects at the vehicle.
You know, as a fact that even on the road, a vehicle which is ahead of another vehicle just picks, the tires picks stone and it hits your windscreen, you get cracks. You know it can happen.
My Lord, it is possible, but looking at these pictures, I am sure, I am convinced that it is not one that the vehicle might have had on the road, my lord.
Yes,
of course,
we,
possible.
We are concerned because if you know it is the youth, the mob, that attacked these vehicles, it should have at least dawned on the photographer to put the date the photographs were being taken. For example, these private vehicles that were at the police station,
Yes, my lord.
who knows that they had those dents before they were seized and placed at the police station? How do we determine whether
my lord,
those dents were on the vehicles before they were seized and parked at the police station, or it was the youth who went to the police station who dented it? How do we determine that?
my lord, I can agree with you more. But as I said, on hindsight, I think that that was the most prudent thing we should have done.
Very well. Then let me find out. On the 29th,
Yes, my lord.
that the last incident happened. No, the first one happened
On the,
during the barrier.
yes.
On the 29th,
Yes,
that
ma'am.
the Operation Calm Life people moved in and
Yes.
the shooting took place. Did your men go to the scene with tear gas to disperse the rioters?
No, my lord, we didn't. Because we didn't have any at the time.
Are you saying the district, the divisional, and the regional command do not have tear gas?
My lord, what I'm saying is that at the time of the incident, we didn't have them present. Not that we didn't have them at all. My lord, and if I may add, I think the essence of our duty in Ejura was not, was basically to ensure that there was peace, and we didn't anticipate that it would degenerate into shooting.
Yes.
Our objective was first to protect life and property, and of course to maintain law and order. We didn't envisage that it would, because in the past there had been issues, we've dealt with it, and in those instances the same teams or similar teams had gone on the ground and it hadn't degenerated into shooting. And so we didn't anticipate that, my lord.
Yes, you told the committee in your evidence that on the 28th,
Yes, my lord.
intelligence reports showed that the youth were going on rampage, and you had reports that they will burn or damage certain state properties. And
Yes, my lord.
yes, that was on the 28th.
Yes, my lord.
And on the 29th, the youth started their
Activity.
unruly
Yes.
activity.
Yes, my lord.
Yes. Before calling in the Operation Calm Life, my question is, you've had intelligent reports. On the 28th, certain incidents have happened. So on the 29th, don't you agree with me that everything that the police ought to have done to disperse the youth, rather than calling in the military, would have been more helpful?
My lord, I couldn't agree with you more. But the circumstances under which we're working, we must also understand that it was a fluid situation, it was spontaneous, and there was no time for us to probably go back and do this, because it was something that was spontaneous. You couldn't, in the past, we've had incidents, but they hadn't, because any time they had seen the military, normally they would calm down end peace, some level of peace would have been restored. But this time, I think that we miscalculated, and we take responsibility for that, my lord.
Yes, because if you've received the intelligence report, 28, something has happened. If you are preparing for the intelligence situation that you received, and there was the need for men to move in on the 29th, I am of the view that you should have considered the best way to control the crowd.
Yes, my lord.
You have tear gas, you have this police rioting, what do you call it? The shield and all this. From what we saw from the videos, we did not find anything of that nature.
Yes, my lord. Nothing like that happened.
Yes. So you agree with me that you assumed that with the presence of the military, that you to run away?
Yes, my lord. That is our assumption, my lord.
And your assumption was wrong.
Exactly, my lord.
Let me find out from you. In your briefings, did you get information that any member of the youth was wielding a gun, a pump action gun, or a pistol, or apart from machete, clubs, and such stones and what have you?
Yes, my lord. And as we speak, there are 2 persons in custody who are arrested with weapons.
In connection with the riot?
Yes, my lord.
Did any of your members suffer injury by reason of gunshots?
No, my lord, but they suffered other wounds. For example, my district commander now cannot wear a pair of boots because he was injured in the process, my lord.
That injury, was it as a result of a gunshot?
No, my lord, I said no gunshot wounds, but...
Very well.
Yes, my lord.
Have you heard whether any of the military personnel on the ground that day suffered any gunshot wound?
No, my lord.
Would I be correct then to say that no gun was fired from the crowd?
My lord, I won't agree with you because, as I've just indicated, there are persons in our custody who were arrested with weapons.
Have you checked whether those weapons have been fired?
My lord, we need to do that. But what I'm saying is that the assumption is that if there's a route and you have a weapon, of course, your intention was to use it.
Very well. You know, the reason why I'm asking you this...
Yes, my lord.
The military were here.
Yes, my lord.
The evidence was that the crowd, some element were firing at the personnel on the ground.
Yes, my lord, and that is true, my lord.
But in your evidence, you never said it.
Didn't I?
In your testimony, you never said somebody fired at the men on the ground. You said they were wielding
my lord,
machete and stones, and you never said so.
Look at it, what I gave you. My lord, then it was an oversight because from the notes I had given your secretariat, it was indicated that you can show it.
My understanding of what you narrated to us was that you assumed, when I say you, not you personally,
yes,
but
my
the
lord,
police, assumed that, look, let us bring in the military. Once they see the military, the Ghana man is afraid of the military. So once the youth see the presence of the military, they will automatically disperse.
My lord.
But not because guns were being fired and the military will definitely retaliate.
My lord, what you say is true because that was our assumption, but on the ground, it did happen. And of course, bringing the military in was also in tune with our SOPs. where we had to use gradual differentiated force. And this time, the gradual differentiated force that was used was based on the availability of equipment on site. And on site, we didn't have the equipment my Lord alludes to. For example, the shields and the tear gas, but we had used what was available. For example, we had used the water cannon, and my Lord indicated that he had seen a video. 2, they had given verbal warnings to the persons on the ground. 3, they had used what do you call it?
Warning shot.
Warning shots. And so, my Lord, you realize that for what we had on ground, we did the best under the circumstance, my Lord.
Thank you. But you see, the fact is that the incident did not start on the 29th. You had intelligence report. You sent men there. The 28th, something happened. So that should have put you on the alert. That looking at what happened on the 28th, we should prepare adequately for any event on the 29th. For which tear gas, rioting equipment should have been sent to Ejura. But personally, I think because of the assumption that the presence of the military will send the people away, you decided to just ignore all other options. And we all know that when the military are coming, Ghana, they don't come with plastic bullets, live bullets.
My Lord, I think I've already admitted to that it was a mistaken assumption that we took, and unfortunately, it didn't work the way we had anticipated.
Thank you very much, Commander.
Thank you, Prof.
I will take off from where the chairman left off.
Yes, Prof.
What is your relationship with Calm Life hierarchy?
Thank you, my Lord. We've had a fruitful cooperation with the military in this regard. And in the last 4 years or so, in all the stations I've worked with, we've had cooperations with the military in this regard. In fact, as we speak now, there's an incident in Tonso at the moment where we now have a similar team patrolling. And so we've had a fruitful relation with the police, with the military, as far as the Operation Calm Life is concerned, my Lord.
I'm asking this because, as my Lord said, you were overwhelmed. And therefore, the military was called in. And your assumption is that once the military comes, we'll play a subordinate role. Was that the case?
That we play
a subordinate role?
No, my Lord, because if you've seen the pictures, we led with the route control vehicle. The military was behind. It was when we thought that we had our wits' end that we allowed them to take over. Because the erroneous assumption was that when they saw that the military was there, we were going to get some closure, but it didn't happen, my Lord.
That is where my concern is, actually, my Lord. The point is this, that crisis management, where you have interagency cooperation, is such that you have your strategy, you have your standard operating procedure, the military has their own different one, but to coordinate them in such a way that you have a better result. Are you sure we had a better coordination this time?
I think the coordination was good, albeit that the execution wasn't perfect because our assumption for the operation was probably teetered on the wrong assumptions, my lord.
In your narration, I didn't get the sense of who called in the military and at what time.
My lord, what had happened was that on the night of the 28th, I had spoken to the CO, and so the patrol team came in but withdrew. But on the 29th, my information is that the military was called in at the instance of the regional minister. Of course, I would have done same if the conditions I had the fact that the regional minister had done it, I didn't have to do it, but I would have done the same if given the same conditions, my lord.
Commissioner, you know very well that in such situations, even if it is 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 3 minutes, you needed to brief the military. And your briefing would include all the strategies you have adopted and they failed. All your intel report before they take over. And they will also brief you as to what strategies they are going to adopt in arriving at the end game. Did that happen?
My lord, before we go on any operation, at least we talk to each other. But as I said, I think that we failed because the assumptions we had taken were not appropriate in this case, my lord.
So you admit that the standard operating procedure was not followed?
The standard operating procedures were followed, and to the letter.
Okay. Commissioner, this is not the first time that you are having this on your hand, even within your own region, even within Ejura.
Yes, my lord.
You've given us instances of such situations. But we are operating within the same, how do I call it, lines. Are you sure we are winning the war? And will it not happen again? And will this not happen again? Because the same thing happens, use the same procedures, get the same results, commissions of inquiry. I want you to advise us because we need to write a good report.
Thank you, my lord. I think that if we talk about the procedures, yes, our service instructions is here and it details how we need to deal with routers mob. And I think that per this document, we did the best that we could and consistent with it. However, I think that going forward, particularly in Ejura, we may have to do something else. When I say something else, probably we may need a bigger force closer home because on a number of occasions we've had this. And my lord, may I add that moving persons or moving officers here to Ejura takes a minimum of 2 hours or an hour and a half. And sometimes time becomes our biggest enemy fighting these instances in Ejura. So going forward, I think what needs to be done is that we need to probably have something closer home. Maybe an FPU contingent stationed in Ejura or probably a military detachment stationed close by.
Are you suggesting that we should more be using, are you suggesting a garrison kind of thing in the Ejura area? Are you suggesting we should be using more military than civilian police and expanding the police force in such police service in such a way that you have more police?
Yes, my lord, I know that the Ejura Traditional Council is in the process of building a divisional command in Ejura. And so that, for example, would be a very good idea so that we can have more police officers, for example, on the ground. And that is what I meant by getting a bigger force closer home, my lord.
Commissioner, will you accept the fact that you were ill-equipped for the theater operation?
Yes and no, my lord.
Which
yes,
day?
Because we had all that it took to be there, men. No, because maybe the equipment needed were not available. And so, yes, I concede to that, my lord.
And I believe that you are aware that it's not only a Ejura case, but everywhere the police have been sent, you have been ill-equipped.
Well, that is the comment that is the comment of my knowledge professor, and he taught me in school. So
this is not to indict you. We're looking for a situation where the country benefits from what we ask government to do. And I believe that, like my lord was saying, if you had gone there with tear gas, you would have not been overwhelmed if your water cannon was not only one but two or three. You know, you could have quelled the insurrection over there before calling them. Because as for the military, as soon as we call them in, their SOP is completely different. Completely different. And that is why I asked that question. My final question to you.
My lord, I think I agree perfectly with what you are saying. And if you look at the Constitution, for example, 203 says that the police service shall be equipped and maintained to perform its traditional role of maintaining law and order. Of course, we are not the persons who determine, of course, we know what we want, we know what we need, but of course, we don't determine what we are given. And so, of course, we will need as many and as much as we can get, if possible. I mean, and of course, even the richest nations are still asking for more for their police, so why not us? Yes, I agree with you. If we had more...
When you had the opportunity, you have not said anything. You have not told the commission to do this.
My lord, you just asked me and I'm telling you that.
My final question.
Prof, I know you know more than I do.
My final question, Commissioner. Since in our jurisdiction we have embraced this Operation Calm Life, that's military police kind of collaboration, what kind of training goes on? Because your SOPs are completely different.
Yes, my lord.
Mostly at variance.
Yes, my lord.
What kind of training goes on in between the two of you as you have Operation Calm Life?
My lord, thank you very much. I think in the last year or so, we've had about 150 of our men who have trained together with the military. And these are the core group that are used for the Operation Calm Life. It is our operational unit and the military that go together on these Operation Calm Life patrols. So what we have done is that we have integrated them, we trained them together, and we've had a couple of trainings in the last year or so. Because what we have realized is that sometimes when they go on patrol, what they both seek for are different. And so we have tried to train them together in order that they would appreciate each other's challenges and inconsistencies. For example, whilst we are looking at the legal side of things, they are looking at probably using a bit more macho processes. So we have tried to train them together. Yes, it is not perfect, but at least we are getting there, my lord.
Yes, Commander, you see, anytime we have such interactions, the first reaction is why they want to expose us to public ridicule or something. When we wanted to know why you did not maybe equip them with tear gas, and I was expecting that you would have said what you said in response to Prof's question. That, look, in terms of equipment and logistics, we don't have much. Because we are going to make recommendations, but if you don't say it, we have our own ideas in our mind, but until your outfit, you tell us that, look, Ejura, for example, because we all know Ejura is a hotspot, elections and all these things, we need to expand, like you said, to expand the police presence in Ejura. We need more material logistics in Ejura, if not Ejura Mampong, so that at least in case there is any emergency, it should not be a case of Kumasi sending personnel or Kumasi sending logistics, but quickly Mampong to Ejura is shorter.
Yes, my lord.
But when we ask, you institutions always pretend as if we are asking too much.
My lord, Prof will tell you that I'm not that kind of police officer. I'll say it as it is. But in this case, I was saying that yes, we may have the equipment, but they weren't deployed. And that is something that we take responsibility for, my lord.
Okay, thank you. Next time, I think we all know that the police are not adequately resourced when it comes to such matters. We know.
My lord, I didn't say that.
I'm not saying you, but if you say it, you've not done anything
but my lord, thank you for the prompting.
Yes, you see, the fact is that if Ejura police, the district, it is not even a police post.
It's
a whole district,
yes, my lord,
municipal,
yes, my lord,
does not have tear gas. You understand? At the station, unless it is transported from maybe the region or the division. That tells us as a nation, we are failing. Because these are things they will be using in terms of rioting, in terms of confronting the people when it comes to such matters. And every district must have adequate resources of that nature. So we are not putting the blame on you for not having it. It's a problem
thank you, my lord.
As a nation we all face. Yes, my sister here will also ask.
Yes, my lord.
Commander, thank you. So I suppose I'll take off from where the chair stopped.
Yes, my lord.
My question would be, in your own estimation, do you feel as if body cams or some other equipment that could capture what was going on would have probably helped in this situation?
Of course, it would have. And I'm sure elsewhere, that was the reason why body cams were introduced. And in fact, now if you look at the George Floyd bill that is being championed in the US, one of the main things is about body cams. And so, yes, of course.
Okay, thank you. Well, so 3 quick questions, some just for clarity. I think that the death of the young man on the 28th,
26th.
On the 26th,
yes,
Kaka, appears to be the catalyst to the things that happened in the subsequent days. Is this what we're hearing?
On the face of it, yes.
Okay.
But I think that there were more things in the background than what we see. My lord, I'm saying this because, for example, when this incident happened, you realize that there were a number of political people who jumped in and hijacked the incident for their own parochial interest. And so it tells me that there was a political undertone in this whole instance. For example, we are told that Kaka was an MPP person, but we heard previously that some other parties were claiming he's their member, and subsequently all the NPP shirts that were in town in Ejura were vandalized. And I'm sure if the NPP person had died, you won't destroy your own property. So I think that on the surface, yes, it is Kaka, but underneath they may have been, and of course, again, the journalists also didn't help with their reportage because a lot of tension was created when for me there was none. I am sure if they had come to us to seek information rather than go on air and say the things they wanted to say, it would have at least brought the tensions down a bit, but we didn't.
Is there a PRO, a police PRO at Ejura or Mampong?
We do not have, but we have one in the region. Yeah. And on the 26th, on the night of the 27th, 28th, and I think on the 29th, we issued a number of press releases, and I didn't see most of the media carrying that because they were carrying their own stories that sold for them, rather than the official police communication.
Can we have those press releases
yes.
or copies?
Yes,
of
my lord. We would make those
releases
available to you, my lord.
Okay. So the question I have, perhaps my final question, is Sabia Husseini. Is that the name that you mentioned? There was a woman and her husband.
Yes.
And a third person who Sabia Husseini, I think, was the name.
Yes, Sabia Husseini, my lord.
Who came to the station to... First, they gave an initial statement. Was that different from the second statement that they gave?
Yes, my lord. That's why we said they gave a further statement. The further statement meant that the details were different from what they had given us. In fact, initially she said she didn't see anyone, she didn't suspect anyone, but subsequently she came back to say that somebody had done this, and she saw that. And I have seen some videos circulating on social media that she and her husband had made, making specific allegations. And I think that if the committee would take my advice, I would be happy if they are invited to explain why they didn't say that initially.
I was actually going to ask you.
Thank you, madam.
Where are those three? Because in other jurisdictions, they would then become persons of interest.
Yes, they are persons of interest.
And they would probably be helping the police now with investigations.
Yes, they are, my lord.
I see. Right. So, final question. You've not been able to establish who Kaka is, have you?
If you could come again.
When you say you have conflicting information as to the person of Kaka, who was he in life? Was he part of a political party, part of an activist group, part of what? Who is he?
My lord, I think Kaka was a social activist who posted local pertinent issues on his platform. In fact, members of the New Patriotic Party have indicated that he was their member. In fact, I was in Ejura with both the Vice President and the Honorable Minister of Interior, and the regional minister had indicated that he was a member of their party. I've also heard MPP persons, the regional secretary of the MPP say that he is a member of his party. In fact, his family also indicate that he was an MPP person. However, again, I have read that the MP for the area, who is an NDC MP, has come out to say that he's not a member of their party, and he's also not a member of the Fix the Country group.
Very well. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes, Commander, before we discharge you, yes, as for our media friends, when you talk, they think you are bashing them, but they have the right to bash everybody in Ghana except themselves.
Yes, I have.
The fact is that we all know that the media, it's the agenda that they set that they want all Ghanaians to follow. So when an incident happens, they sit there, bring out issues, ask people to call in, and express their mind. And that becomes the topic for Ghanaians to discuss. So don't be worried that they did not contact your outfit to ascertain who Kaka is or what he was and what he will be in heaven. Yes. My friends in the media, they know that I'm talking about the truth, because we all heard. Yesterday, we saw the video clip. I had occasion to ask the media man who came to testify, yes, whether they were so certain that Kaka was a member of the Fix the Country campaign group. The answer he gave us, I understood it to mean that it is not certain. Yes, he can be a social media person, but not every social media person is a member of Fix the Country campaign group. Every Ghanaian has the right to criticize what he feels like criticizing, but that do not place you into a specific grouping. Yes.
Milo, thank you very much. But it is frightening when wrong perceptions are sent out there and persons pick on those. And if you are not careful, from where I sit, we might be creating a monster that would devour all of us one of these days. So it is, in my opinion, time for the media to be a bit more circumspect and observe the tenets of their profession, because invariably you see them doing the wrong things, and then they will just apologize and continue doing the same over
Commander,
and over
let me remind you, don't continue, because they will
Yes, my Lord,
classify
I
you
will
as attacking media freedom. Yes, media friends, I know. You know, anytime you put them on the spotlight, it's an attack on media freedom. But who watches the watchman? It is the people who watch the watchman. So
Lord,
that...
I think one of the things that is also becoming a bit, let me choose my words properly, a bit of a fright, is the proliferation of so-called security experts. They also inflame tensions when some of these things happen. And for me, some of them know next to nothing about security, but they come out there and pontificate as if they have all the knowledge in security matters. And it's frightening. It is extremely frightening, my lord.
Commissioner, I am with you. You know, of late, the media, they are my friends, and I've been bashing them quietly. At times they call me and I refuse to talk because they have spoken to somebody they have labeled as security expert. Even me, I have always warned them not to call me a security expert. I'm an analyst. You get
Prof,
the degrees.
Prof, the minister said you are a security expert.
So I'm with you. Everybody sees on radio a security expert, and the things they spew out has nothing to do with expertise in security. Yes. So I'm with you. I'm with you on that.
Thank you very much.
Our media friends, you know, yesterday I said something and you clapped. Whilst you're clapping for me, watch yourselves too. Like he is saying yesterday.
Can we begin?
Bible cross or Quran?
Bible. I, Philip Kojo Hammond,
Do swear
do swear
the Almighty God
with the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
to this committee
to this committee
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
nothing but the truth.
nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
You're welcome, officer. I'm here. You're welcome, officer.
Thank you, madam.
Please, I would take you through your evidence. You will say what you have to say. But if at a point we need some clarity or explanation, then I ask you, then you come in again. And after that, the members of the panel would ask you their own questions. Okay. Now, please, can you give your full name again to the committee? Your full name.
My full name is Philip Kojo K-O-J-O Hammond. Hammond. H-A-M-M-O-N-D. Hammond.
Please, can you tell us your station or your place as an officer?
I'm the Municipal Police Commander, Ejura, Ashanti.
And can you tell the committee your rank in the service?
I'm Deputy Superintendent of Police.
And how long have you been in Ejura?
Barely 10 months. 10 months.
And before you went there, and subsequent to you being there, can you assess the security situation in Ejura? How would you assess it?
Before this incident, the security situation at Ejura had reduced drastically because we used to have robbery on our highway. And when I took over, we put on certain measures in place. By putting on, we realized that the highway robbery was frequent. So we devised a means of putting up structures along the road where the robbery do occur, so that the personnel on duty can get somehow a shed to hide themselves, because we saw that there were no shed during the rainy season, raining time, and then it compels the personnel to leave the scene, and then immediately they leave the scene, the robbers take over. So after putting those structures along the roadside, it has reduced for the past 1 year.
Just give the reporters just a short time, they'll report. Now, the committee would want to find out from you whatever information you have about on the incidents that occurred in Ejura in June, specifically 28th and 29th of June this year. As the divisional commander, municipal, sorry, you can tell the committee whatever information you have on it.
Yeah, on the 26th at about 4 a.m., a case of causing harm was reported at the charge office. that around 2 a.m., Muhammad Idrisu, popularly known as Kaka, was returning from town with his motorbike. At the entrance of his house, unknown assailant hit his forehead with firewood, and he fell down unconscious. He was taken to hospital by his brother, Haruna Mohammed. And from there, he came to the charge office at Ejura.
Your voice is going down a bit, if you could. Yes, thank you.
After taking him to the hospital at Ejura Government Hospital, he came to the police station, and police accompanied the complainant to the scene of crime, that is the house where he was lynched.
Thank you, officer. But we already had the 2IC command, the deputy regional commander. He has given us some form of narration about the incident from the 26th to the 29th. Can I find out if he got that information from your outfit, even that you informed him?
Yes.
Okay.
He was informed through our normal chain of command. We are under Mampong Division. So,
sir, I will plead with you to speak into the microphone so that we can hear you.
Yes. I report directly to Mampong Divisional Command. And so the regional commander was definitely informed because my divisional commander will also report to him.
Okay. So in that regard, since we have already received much of the information from him and he came with documents, may I respectfully ask if you could tell us about the specific incident of the 29th, the shooting incident that day? If you were in Ejura at that time, on that day, were you in Ejura?
I was there.
Okay.
I was in Ejura.
All right. So please, if you can tell us about the involvement of the police on that day, on the 29th. What you know,
on the
how many men were deployed, and what steps they took on this incident. Thank you.
On the 29th, around 9 a.m., upon the request of the deceased family, that police should assist and escort the body to the hospital, mortuary for burial, cemetery for burial. I detailed some few policemen with the riot control van to accompany the family to the cemetery at Mimpasem. After the burial, when...
Commander, relax. This is only an inquiry. We just... Can you take the microphone and give it to him so that he can hold it? Yes. That is better. Just relax. Don't feel tense because whatever information we want here is to make the appropriate recommendation. Nobody is going to arrest anybody here or do anything. We all want a peaceful Ghana. That's all.
After the burial and the police team, the riot control van, and the deceased family were returning home, the irate mob who accompanied the body together with the policemen to the cemetery started pelting stones to the police riot control van. And we have a video recording which we can show. I think we have handed it over to the commission. The driver took evasive action. The driver took evasive action to avoid any accident in anticipation of a possible attack.
Officer, please, can I find out? You said you have a video showing the mob throwing stones at the vehicle.
Yes, my lord.
Is it a video any policeman took, or the one on social media?
The one on the social media.
Okay. Please go on.
So the driver managed to retreat back to the station where we had information that the irate mob are organizing to attack the station once again.
Which station was it?
Ejura station.
Police station.
Ejura police station.
Thank you.
And other vital installations, including personal properties. Private properties, excuse me, private properties.
So, did you personally give any directives or command for the policeman to do anything after this information was received?
Yes, my lord. In our deployment, we left behind a standby team made up of police and military. And some policemen were also taken to the municipal assembly offices. And joint police military men were also on the streets of Ejura. Whilst at the charge office, information got to us that the irate youth armed with pump action guns, missiles, stones, and other offensive weapons were on rampage and blocked the road, started burning lorry tires. And on their way, they caused damage to the municipal fire commander's vehicle, private vehicle. They also caused damage to some shed popularly called base for MPP party faithfuls. That is where they normally sit. So police quickly, I confer with the military team on standby, the commander, to back us to face them, the crowd, the irate mob.
Okay, officer, please. So before you conferred with the military commander over there, can you tell the committee how many policemen were at the scene at that time, trying to fight not fight, but prevent the chaos that was going on? Can you tell how many policemen were around there at that time before you asked for help from the military?
We were 50 in number, but we had deployed some to the vital installations, like the municipal assembly, the roadblocks, and then we had a standby men, 10 also at the charge office. So only 15 policemen were on board the right control vehicle and then a pickup, 2 pickups of police vehicle.
15, 1-5.
1-5.
Okay, thank you. So you were the one who personally asked the military on the ground to help you?
Yes, because earlier on Monday, this same group came and vandalized the station. They caused damage to a police vehicle, a police inspector's 4x4 vehicle, disconnected our lights and the balls were smashed, and then extended their rampage to the district assembly / forestry checkpoint, destroyed the crash barrier there, the structures, the roofing sheets, and then vandalized the place and took away the revenue accrued for the day. That was Monday. So having this in mind, on Tuesday I saw that we have to be backed by the military.
Okay, so before you asked the military to help, had you contacted the regional police commander?
Yes, my lord. I communicated to my divisional commander.
Okay. No, I mean the regional. Or to your division before the regional?
That is our chain of command. I'm at the Ejura district, and so I'm under Mampong command. So I don't communicate direct to the regional commander, but through my divisional commander. So it was done appropriately.
Okay. So tell us, can you continue? So we called in the military, and what happened?
After that, he also gave me the go-ahead, and so the police riot control van and 2 other police vehicles took the lead. Backed by a military team of 7, including their commander. And the remaining military officers were with some policemen also at the charge office, Ejura police station.
Please continue.
When we move towards the direction of the irate mob, on reaching a place called Public Park Junction in Ejura, the irate mob were charged. They started throwing stones, missiles, offensive weapon, and sound of a pump action gun. was also hit.
Were you personally at the scene?
Yes, I moved the police team because they were under my command. They were brought from the regional command. So on the grounds, they were under my command.
Okay. Did you personally see the youth or the demonstrators or the rioters holding these weapons you just mentioned?
I didn't see, but I heard the sound. They were firing. I heard the sound of the pump action gun. But the missiles, stones, and other offensive weapons, they were throwing them. So I got down from my pickup and signaled the riot control van to start sprinkling the water on the crowd. Whilst they were sprinkling the water, the mob were not perturbed. They charged on us. Start throwing stones here and there. The situation became so tense. Later we realized that the irate mob, they have taken over the whole place. Some have diverted their route to our side, both left and right, and some behind us. And some saying, let's go back to the police station. Let's go to the police station. So I instructed the riot control van to turn. And then police retreated for the military to take over, whilst we also continue to the charge office, where some of the irate mob was almost at the charge office.
So in your estimation, can you tell about how many number of demonstrators, rioters, let me put it that way, were at the scene?
Demonstrators.
About how many people?
Roughly about 800 to 600 to 800, roughly. 600 to 800, yes. So whilst at the charge office, we heard that some of the rioters have sustained injuries and been rushed to hospital, Ejura government hospital.
Were you told how they sustained the injuries? What happened that they sustained? What caused the injuries?
Yeah, I learned they were hit by a gun, the gunshots, and they sustained injuries. They fell, but they carried them to the hospital.
And this information you received from your men, policemen, or from the general public?
Yeah. All along, I was in link with my detective, the CID man who was handling the case, the Kakas case. I asked him that I've heard of a casualty at the hospital, and he also confirmed that he has also heard. But he wanted to go there, but the hospital was charged with the irate mob. So he could not go there instantly.
Okay. So at the time you left for the charge office, was there any policeman at all at the scene? Or all policemen had left?
I withdrew all my men. I withdrew all my men because we could not contain it.
So what happened? Continue.
So later, the military also came back. The military also returned from the scene. when the victims have been taken to the hospital for treatment.
Okay, so as it is now, you and your men at Ejura cannot give, from what you ask, cannot give any direct evidence of what actually happened at the scene at the time of the shooting, because there were no policeman was there that you know about.
Yes, because we heard that during the encounter with the military, a stone hit their commander, and then the military also returned fire.
Did you get to know about the Operation Calm Life team at the scene? Did anybody tell you that they were at the scene?
Operation Calm Life? No, please. I only know of a military team. Some who were occupying 2 military pickups and 1 COVID-19 pickup also with the team.
Were these groups there when you were there at the scene? When you were there, were these 2 pickups also there?
Yes, we move 1 car, 1 pickup to face the mob, the irate mob, but the other 2 were on standby at the charge office with the policemen.
Okay. So the COVID-19 vehicle, who were occupying it, military or the police?
The military had 1 of the COVID-19 vehicle, and the police also had 1.
And they were both at the scene?
Both at the charge office. Both at the charge office with the standby men.
Right. So is there any more evidence that you have after you went to the charge office, you heard that some shooting had gone on?
Yes, ma'am.
And some persons had been injured.
Yes,
they had been taken to the hospital.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so is there anything else that you know about the incident?
So later on, when the tension at the hospital had gone down, I asked the investigator to go there, follow up to see the condition of, to see whether we have other casualties there, so that they can be recorded on our docket. And when he got there, according to him, it was confirmed that the 2 guys who sustained gunshot had passed on, and they were in a hurry to take the body from the doctor, because we were trying to request for a post-mortem to be performed on the body.
So did anything happen to you yourself? Did anything happen to you on this day in relation to this incident?
When we were retreating to the office, I sustained some injury with my leg. That is why I'm not wearing boots.
So the injury you sustained was not as a result of
the mob? No.
Okay.
So the mob did not allow the doctor to perform the post-mortem, and they were threatening him, so he had to release the body to the family for burial. But those who sustained injuries were later referred to Konfanoche, and I learned 1 was also, they were taken to Konfanoche, but 1, I don't know for what, he was taken to Nkuranza also, but later was also referred back to Konfanoche, but treated and discharged. So 2 died in the midst of attack.
So at the time you were leaving, did you personally see the military men who were on the ground? Did you see them?
Yes. Yes, I was with the military all the time. Only after the commander had sustained some diphtheria stone on him in the evening, he was called back to their unit for treatment. And then an officer was brought to replace him.
Thank you. So is there any more information that you have, or you're done?
No information.
Okay. Do you have any documents or anything else that you want to give to the committee? Do you have anything? Not necessarily. I'm just asking if you brought along anything you want to give to the committee. Any documents?
All the documents were given to my regional commander, and I know he has tendered them.
Okay. Thank you very much. The panel members will ask you a few questions.
Okay.
Yes, the DSP.
Yes, sir.
Let me find out from you. You said the youths attacked the police station earlier on.
Yes, my lord. On Monday.
That was on the 28th.
Yes, my lord.
And you had intelligent reports about what they wanted to do the next day. That's 29th. You said you had a report that they wanted to burn or attack the police station, other assembly premises, and other places. You had an intelligent report.
In both cases, we got a report.
Yes. Having received this report, did you assess your capability of dealing with this issue in the event they carry out the threat? Did you do an assessment?
I got the report through my divisional commander, and he brought one team from Mampong Division as a backup. And the regional command also brought two teams comprising of FPU team with the riot control van, and then the SWAT team. So those team, the three backups, they were, together with my personnel on the ground, were deployed for, and the attention was on the charge office, the police station, and then other installations like the district assembly office. So these areas were provided with security. But that of the revenue checkpoint was not part of the information.
From your own assessment, do you think the combined team from the region, the division, and your district were adequately resourced to handle the situation?
No, my lord. Because not all of them were armed. Under normal circumstances, when we are handling such a situation, not everybody is armed, only a few. We don't arm every policeman with a gun, specifically with a weapon.
I'm not talking about weapons, but you see, you know a group of demonstrators.
Yes.
If you want to handle them, we have various equipment that you use to tackle such situations. That's what I'm talking about. Do you think you were adequately resourced at that given time to handle the situation on the ground?
No, please.
Did it come to your mind to asking for the backup to request additional resources to tackle the situation?
Yes, my Lord. That is why I requested through my divisional commander to give me a backup. And I knew very well that when he is deploying personnel to augment my strength, he will give them the needed logistics to come and support us.
You also said the commander responsible for the military on the ground was hit by a stone.
Yes,
and he got injured. Would you consider that as the reason why the military got incensed and decided to fire, open fire?
No, my Lord.
You did not see Operation Calm Life at the scene?
No, my Lord.
And nobody told you that they have deployed Operation Calm Life to Ejura to handle the situation? Nobody told you that?
No, my Lord. We were only informed that a military team has been deployed and they will arrive there with a police team from the regional command.
So
where they came from, I cannot tell, my Lord.
So the police team from the regional command came, the military team also came, but not that they were working together as an operational team.
They all came to support Ejura, so on the ground we were working together.
I'm not talking about the fact that they have come, you have come, and you are all tackling the same problem. As an operational team, you know, Operation Calm Life consists of the police and the military working together in collaboration. It's a permanent sort of thing. But from what you are describing, the police sent in their reinforcement, the military sent in these people to also come and help, but not as a joint military police team as we know them to be Operation Calm Life.
My Lord, I requested for reinforcement through my divisional commander, and he assured me that he has also communicated same to the region, and so a backup will come. So whilst we were there, the two teams arrived together. The team of military and that of police arrived.
You are the district commander, and if they were sending Operation Calm Life, you would have been informed.
My Lord, that's why I'm saying that I don't know specifically. You know, the military, they have their setup. In my briefing, I was talking of police, FPU, and SWAT. For them, I know them as normal backup during our operations. But that of the military, I don't know the composition. I only know that they all appeared there as a military team.
DSP, you know, as a fact, we have Operation Calm Life. Members of the police are part of that group. The military-police collaboration, known as Operation Calm Life. That is different from strictly military men being asked to support. My question is, did anyone inform you that they have dispatched Operation Calm Life, not military men? Operation Calm Life consists of police and military. Did you receive any information from your chain of command or from anywhere that they have dispatched Operation Calm Life men to come to Ejura?
No, my Lord.
Thank you.
All right. Deputy Soup, to the best of your knowledge, you described to the committee that the family of the deceased had asked you to give them protection at the cemetery. To the best of your knowledge, why did they feel that they needed protection at the cemetery?
Well, Ejura, they have their own way of doing it. I cannot tell, but I cannot tell the reason, but because of the situation on the ground, and the people have made a request, we felt that in order to calm situations, because it's the same family that has lost their son, and we felt that by giving them the assistance, one way or the other, it will, in a way, take care of some of their grief.
But at this time, there wasn't a riot from what you've described. At the time the death occurred and the brother of the deceased had made his report to you, had the rioting started before the body was released? Is that what you said? On Monday, we effected some arrests of some 2 suspects. On Monday, 2 people were arrested. And there was the information that they belong to a particular political party. So I'm sure those who made the request were afraid that something might happen to them. Maybe those people arrested, some of their dissent will attack them. That is because of the arrest we made, there was some tension. Okay, so just related to that, what do you think triggered the pelting of your men at the cemetery? Was there a trigger point? Was there a catalyst?
No, I suspect when they saw that the team that accompanied them were only police, because on Monday, when they vandalized the station, we were not having enough military men, and they were about 7 or so there. So, and they were on standby. They were on standby at the charge office. But after they have gone on rampage and destroyed so many things, we saw that maybe the next day we will get some attack more than that. So we only requested for a backup, but maybe in the wisdom of our authorities, they felt that they have to bring in more to build the strength.
I'll leave the good professor to discuss the issue of you saying that there were just policemen and perhaps that's why they needed the military, and I will continue with clarifying on different aspects of your testimony. Now, I'm curious as to how you work with the CID that is part of your station. Does the CID report to you? Do they have a different reporting line? What's the collaboration?
Yes, I am the district commander, but I also have a crime officer who also guides the CIDs. But in all things, I must also supervise. So after the crime officer has dealt with the CID, he would have to bring the parties for me to also interrogate. So whatever happens at the district, I must be in the know.
And so I asked that question because you mentioned that there were some pump action guns that had been fired. Yeah. You have your crime scene pictures. At least we've seen a few of those crime scene pictures. Have you, or are you aware of the officer, the CID, having found any bullet shells from the pump action guns? Have they recovered any shell cases that appear to have been fired from a pump action gun so far?
Not yet. Not yet. I've not seen one as yet.
I see. And my final question would be the injuries. You yourself have sustained an injury which you have said to us is not directly as a result of the mob action.
Yes,
and so I'm curious to find out how many people in all, from a police standpoint, have been injured or fallen as a result of this incident.
Apart from the 4 others who followed after the two guys who received the gunshots, we were told that 4 others sustained injuries, and they were treated and discharged. And then myself and the military officer. For the military officer, he had this in their contact with the mob, but mine did not occur at that place. When I was returning to ensure that the police station is protected, that I sustained the injury.
Well, thank you.
Comes in, let me bring to your attention that the military, they were here, they testified. None of them mentioned it that their officer in command of the men on the ground sustained any injury or was hit by a stone.
For me, I saw it because I was in charge, the police team, and that the officer who was later on taken, as a result of the stone injury, that in the evening he was taken away. I was just right beside him when the stone hit him, because we were back, they were backing us, but the two of us were communicating. Once we moved the two teams, we were communicating. So he was just ahead of me when the stone hit him.
So you are saying the stone hit him before you withdrew your men?
Yes, my lord.
And at the time you were withdrawing your men, had the military replaced the officer who was hit by the stone?
No, my lord. After the operation, after the encounter with the mob, and we all retreated, it was late in the evening, around 8 p.m. because we were all sleeping at the office.
Okay.
So around 8, that he complained of pains, and I didn't see him. Later I saw a new officer who came to introduce himself to me.
So though he was hit with the stone as you are alleging, he was still in command?
Yes, so it is only him who can tell me the extent of how he felt, whether he was managing it or maybe he was making arrangements, because under normal circumstances, if you are leading a crew, you cannot leave the scene. Maybe I felt he was making arrangements with his authority to be replaced.
You said you were there when he was hit?
Yes.
Do you think, in your estimation, he was seriously injured?
No, no, because it hit his leg, the down part of his leg. The stone hits the down part, and if it is not all, maybe the trousers may.
And the boots.
Yes, and the boots. Whoa.
Thank you.
Commander.
Yes, my lord.
Did you know the name of this officer you are describing?
Yes, sir. He is called Lieutenant Edusei.
Lieutenant Edusei.
Yes, my lord.
Can we note it and see if we can get him? Because the chairman was asking, because the military has not indicated that they got any casualty at all. They got any problem at all.
That is why I'm saying maybe I was there when he was hit, but as I don't know how serious he took it.
As a military man, he was trying to hide it, right?
Yeah, well, I can't read his mind why he did not complain, but I was right with him when he was hit.
All right. I'm going to take you through most of the things you have said and to see. I'm going to take you through some of the things you said and to see whether it can help the commission come out with findings and recommendations. You seem to state that it is Kake's death that triggered off the whole process of what we are talking about now, right?
Partly.
You believe that there were underlying causes?
Yes, my Lord.
Like?
For instance, when the crowd or the mob who attacked the police station on Monday came and they were vandalizing the station, we decided not to confront them, but we were persuading them, talking to them. And then there were other opinion leaders we know in town that when they talk, the boys listen. For example, we had Honorable Gifty Indoma. She was with us. Prior to the incident, she came, was making arrangements for her father's funeral, the Kokoma chief funeral the next day. So she came and was coming to find out the security arrangements she had arranged with us. So when the mob came, she was around, and we spoke to her to assist to talk to the boys, the rioters, because we knew she could tell them something, and she really did. So we were persuading them. We were begging, me, myself, and my crime officer, and the military, the few military men who were there on standby, told them that you can't attack the police station, which is protecting you here. So if you burn down the police station, tomorrow, if you get a problem, where will you report? Will you go to Mampong or where? So when they persuaded them, then they turned, they left and they headed towards the district assembly revenue checkpoint. And in the course of that, some of them mentioned that some Mabuya MP Yankamoshi and Nesumoku Yenipaswakaho. So I saw that statement could be something. So Kaka's death was part of it, but for that statement alone, I can think that it's not only, they have other intentions.
Okay, that's important, because underlying fact, it's like Kaka's death was only a trigger, and there were other underlying factors. I seem to worry about your relationship with Operation Calm Life and COVID, because in your narration, it didn't seem to me that you were aware that somebody had sent them there.
Yeah, my Lord, the Operation Calm Life operates in the municipality, but at our level at the Ejura district, it is only the personnel I have, the command, that we use for everything. So, but we are aware of the Calm Life and the COVID team, because Kumasi is the regional capital. We have them working jointly with the military, but in our level at the district, we don't have them.
But you reported that, or in your narration, in your testimony, you said you contacted Calm Life.
No, I didn't. It was a question posed to me. I said I called for reinforcement.
Yes.
And my divisional commander assured me that he has communicated to the regional command, and a reinforcement team will be brought. So the team that came comprised of military and police team. And the police team, because I'm a police officer, I was able to identify the groups that came. They were not only FPU. We had the SWAT team and then the anti-robbery team mixed with the police team. But that of the military, I cannot know.
No, I read all, I heard all that. At a point, you said I consulted with the military commander to assist at a point. But my worry over there, I'm not saying that you...
I'm talking of the one on the ground with me.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's where my question is going to come
yes.
from. Which shows that the operation was not coordinated. You were on the ground, Operation Calm Life was coming, there was no coordination, and so you were overwhelmed. They also came, and so your own operation was haphazard. Would you agree?
No, sir. I don't agree with you.
Why so? Because at a point you had to consult the commander on, because if you had been if you had briefed them and you had had strategic kind of correspondence amongst you, you would know what to do, who to do what. That's a source of worry to me.
My lord, when the team arrives, even though they have come to back us, so I deal with the commander, but the deployment, because they are backed, we will, if let's say we are going to a place, we will have majority of the team as policemen, and maybe in a team the military will add one. So when it comes to the deployment of the personnel on the ground, it is their commander whom, when I request that they will come and stand by, but when we are moving and we feel we are not threatened in any way, depending on where we are going, it is not all the time that they are always on standby. It is when we feel threatened one way or the other, then we tell them, okay, this group, we would like you to join us.
Commander, that is my biggest worry. That is my biggest worry in riot control in Ghana. The team came. What you're telling me now shows that they really didn't take over.
No, I'm talking, they took over. You see, they came as a backup.
Yes.
And we police were trying as much as possible not to move the military to face the mob. But like I was saying, on Monday, when they came to attack, we were all there, but nobody touched anybody. We tried to persuade them. And then it was on 29th when we saw that the number of the mob had increased, and the number was seriously times 3 that of the Monday, and our strength was not enough. So even with that, the military gave us 7 backing, only 7, and then the rest were there. So we moved. We were 15 that we moved.
Commander, I'm very happy about your movement. I'm worried about what civil police and military should coordinate to do at the theater of operation. What you are describing is such that they came and you didn't have any strategic operational standard of SOP.
We have.
You have, the police you have, and they have theirs.
We have, because I was saying that we deployed the men. We have those who were meeting the mob.
Who was in command?
When we are on the ground and the military join us.
No. That's a theoretical thing. On that day in Ejura, who was in command in the deployments and what?
Myself. When the military were not there. Sir, you see, it is anytime when we request the presence of the military, immediately the military comes, then they are in command. That is the operational strategy. When they join us, they take over.
Exactly.
But when they are not there, and we are there, I'm there alone with the team there, our policemen, I'm in charge.
But my inclination is this, that when they came, you didn't have anybody in command. You were commanding the police, and they were also doing their
No, sir. I normally consult the commander. And then when they arrive, immediately they arrive, he will come to me for briefing.
Yes.
I'll brief him the situation on the ground.
Did you hand over to them?
No.
So that's why I'm asking, who was in command? Because when the military arrived and you are overwhelmed, you give your briefing, you hand over to them. Did you hand over?
I was in command, but I briefed him because he had just come to support us. So I'll brief him the situation on the ground. So I was in command at the time.
So you were in command. All the military operations, you were still in command.
Yes, I was leading the team.
But that is against the normal practice.
Yes. But so...
Okay. If you agree that it's against normal practice, that's okay. Then, the question of gunshots. Some questions have been asked already to your superiors and to you today. But would you say that the injured may have sustained their injuries from within the crowd? Or is the military that caused the injury?
My Lord, like I was saying, we were leading, and at a time when we were overwhelmed, we retreated. Knowing that, and we retreated, and the military took over. So quickly we rushed to the station. So during the engagement with the mob, we were not there. I was not there, so I cannot tell. But I heard that there has been some casualty.
Okay. Would you agree that you were ill-equipped for the operation?
Pardon me?
Would you agree that you, as the police force, was ill-equipped for the operation?
Sir, in terms of what?
Resources, men.
Oh, sir, as at the time, it was not like that.
Why? Because you couldn't face the crowd. You invited the military. And I'm saying, do you think the police?
We requested for reinforcement, but it is not me personally as the district commander who requested for the military. I only requested for reinforcement.
No.
And they
Commander,
are the team that were brought to me.
Commander, take your time. You are not at the court. Nobody is blaming you. We want facts. We want facts. Because if you were properly equipped, you wouldn't ask for reinforcement. If you are asking for reinforcement, you wouldn't ask for the military. You would ask for more reinforcement from your side, from the police. And that's why I'm asking, are you sure that within your small command, you were ill-equipped for the task?
Sir, we did what we could
do with what you had.
Yes.
That's right. I think no further questions.
Commander, I think maybe you are not appreciating the point Prof is putting across. If the district command at Ejura is well resourced, men, equipment, materials, and what have you, there wouldn't have been the need for the police district command to have asked for a backup. And you see, not that we are blaming you. We just want to find out how best our recommendations can assist your outfit, that in the future increase the number of police personnel at Ejura, in view of the fact that Ejura is a hotspot. In future, adequately resource Ejura District Command with the needed logistics, so that is why he's asking. But you think maybe he wants to put a blame on you? No,
sir.
He is only asking whether you were adequately resourced. If that is ill-equipped,
yes.
If you were not adequately resourced, you just say, yes, we were not adequately resourced. Then in our recommendation, we can put it across.
My Lord, I was not understanding it from that point. But if it is about resource, yes, because Ejura as a district, with our personnel, they are woefully inadequate.
The fact is that most often than not, when institutions come and you want to find out more about their logistical inadequacies, they think you want to attack them. No. At the end of this exercise, we have to make our recommendations. So if you have challenges and you don't tell us, but you try to cover it, how do we make? As for the region, they will tell you we have all the resources. But at the time they requested for backup, the time frame was too short, and we have to immediately send men. You understand? But you are on the ground. Do you think if You had adequate tear gas. You had adequate riot shield, and you had adequate men on the ground to face the ×3 youth or the mob, which surfaced on Monday. Do you think you would have asked for a backup? So that clearly shows that in terms of resources, men and logistics, you were not adequately resourced.
Yes, sir.
You answer, yes, we were not adequately resourced, so that we can note it down and put in a recommendation for that to be addressed.
Yes, my Lord. That is why I said I did not understand it from that
Very
point.
well. If you don't understand the question, next time you ask for explanation than to try to cover your inadequacies. We thank you very much and for joining us to assist. We are very grateful to you, and we hope we will get to the bottom of this matter. Thank you,
Thank
DSP.
you, sir. Thank you, sir, my Lord.
We are grateful. Can we have the Citi Newsroom here? And I hope Citi News, after asking you the needed questions, don't look at us as being hostile to you. Yes, that attitude of the media should be stopped. You are helping us. We will also want to know the inadequacies of the media at some point. If you have inadequacies, it doesn't mean you have failed. We all want to achieve perfection, which is difficult to achieve, although. So please, after your evidence and we begin to ask questions, don't think it is a personal attack. No. Okay. You are welcome.